Along there. Alright, I'm back and ready. Sorry, I better wait. Alright, I'm on silver. Are we starting something else first, or?
No, we're on a PW board.
Alright.
On shit hack.
Oh, shit. PW4. Oh, right. Wrong character. Wrong mission. Gotta grab onto the beef then. We're gonna get you that SJS. Perk should be on. Should be on. Shit. On silver. Okay, that's annoying. Oh, it's my card being silver.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. We feel like we're diagnosing, which was already an issue, but it kind of, I don't know if I've ever really put two and two together that because very hard is not very hard, and it's just not good for XP and not good for a lot of things. The equipment's shit. There's just a bunch of stuff that doesn't happen in very hard. It kind of compounds and makes Ultimate so jarring whenever you get there, because like you don't have a reason to go back. And as basically as you've been showing in version 2, it's like there's a ton of good things to get in very hard, so you can spend the time there. But in V3, there's nothing to get outside of if you're a couple of color IDs that have the opportunity of getting God units in very hard. Because for the most part, most classes can just walk into forest and get what they need to get started and moving upward. But it does come with a lot of pain of missing for a lot of the hunters and not dealing any damage for the rangers. And forces are the weird ones that actually can get around it because all they care about is one stat, so they can pump it.
Yeah, and then that just starts falling off super hard once the other classes start catching up.
Well, not only that, they don't have the option of even going to episode 2. So, but I'm sure Diley already knows the issue would be with episode 2 and all that garbage. So I'm pretty sure it's already in the works of being fixed, because like not doing any damage in episode 2 for forces is just abysmal, especially for solo.
Yeah, I know in terms of like V2, I know even though it's like the impossible drop rates, regardless if you're an enhancement pack or not, the 1 in 20,000 for a mag cell from normal mode or from V hard go boomas, and then the 1 in 100,000 for V hard claws on most color Ds, unless you're playing on Viridia, which the drop rate then becomes substantially easier for the spread needle. It's like 1 in 300 versus a 1 in 100,000.
That doesn't change my opinion very much when it comes to ATA cap / the evasion of later areas. That, you know, I feel like at any given point, the end of your character should be capable of doing some pretty war crimes against enemies, and some characters just don't get to do that by the end of the game, which is frustrating. Like at level 200, you should be able to. Your dream should come true, and only like Rumar and like. Honestly, the ATA characters get to do what they want, unless you get extremely lucky with that hit weapon.
Yeah. And then Dreamcast is the opposite, where Rangers don't get to do shit. If you're playing Romar specifically, doesn't get to do shit, because Romar just doesn't have the stats for anything.
I mean,
he doesn't get the stats, the attack power stats to do anything fun, and he doesn't get access to all the good Ranger weapons, specifically the Frozen Shooter, which is a cast-only weapon.
Yeah, like Remar jumped from the bottom to the top, in my opinion, when it comes to like it's arguable between Rickcast and Remar, depending on what you want out of them. Like having over 20 more ATA than Rickcast is pretty fucking good.
Yeah. And he just always had that stat. It's just it wasn't important until V3. Like the weapons definitely carried the characters in the previous game. I just wish the game was a little bit more balanced, so you could just actively use hunters. Like just be able to make the weapons. You don't need to make them V2 weapons. You don't need to make it so every hunter can lead heavy, heavy, heavy all the time.
Ooh.
Just enough to make it so you don't miss your first attack. That's all I ask.
Well, I did make that most recent tool. I don't know if you've at all paid attention to the game design channel he has, but I did make a tool that is you're able to input the level of the character, the equipment bonuses that your character will be gaining, and the evasion of the monster in question. And for every character, you can look at the same time what their ATA would be at the moment. Okay, both of them are doing the same shit. They're both dropping from the ceiling constantly, and I can't do anything. You froze him somehow in the middle. What is going on? Okay, cool. I didn't get to do anything there.
That was weird. Yeah, I don't know how I froze them in such a weird spot, since I don't really think I changed when I shoot them.
I think
a lot of balancing things when it comes to the game. Just Humars having access to shift and defend makes them too strong innately, and so you have to have some way to limit that. But like, without it, they're just fucking useless.
I just think, honestly, level 10 is fine.
Yeah.
But I think making it to where Be Hard gives you more XP, obviously, and your time in V Hard matters. Like those two things can fix the early ultimate problem, and then the late ultimate problem. I think the best way to do it is either make relevant weapons have slightly better ATA, or make the the average EVP of monsters slightly lower, so that at the end of the game you're still getting your ass completely destroyed by the fact that Sinnoh Zoa deal an insane amount of damage. No amount of accuracy is going to stop that from happening.
Yeah. But I'm just thinking about the items that you get in V Hard, because V1 endgame, V1 didn't have an ultimate difficulty, and the end game was V Hard. That's why there's a lot of good shit. Like all the units, there's no rare units. Every unit just goes up to its maximum tier as a basic ass drop, aside from like God ability. Which, honestly, I think that feels kind of fine. But I also like the way that GameCube handled it by making like the good ones rare, so you have to actively look for it, because they made the stat increases from units just too important with the exclusion of infinite materials. Honestly. I don't mind the way that they handle it in GameCube, but like just a little bit more would be fine, or just leave the cap as it is and bring back hit materials. That would probably fix most things, because you don't need to focus completely on just maxing out everything. You just need the important things: accuracy and power. And
honestly,
you want to get those crits.
I feel Uniworld could do with a bit of a MST nerf to make it possible to get into where she needs to, because what the fuck is she doing that TP anyway? Because if I'm not wrong, I think he had it to where Uniworld might have level 25 tech discs, so maybe I wouldn't nerf it then if they actually had good techs, but like just in general, if you don't want to make too many changes, just lowering the MST cap to the point to where they can actually cap all their stats, just to just to not really change anything because it's not all you're losing out on is rest of heal amounts, and
Yeah.
then bone roll, goodness, raise their defense growth honestly, so that they actually can more easily, I guess, meet the defense requirements. But no, it doesn't help. Because usually the issue is that you keep adding god abilities onto the character, and their defense is already capped out by the second one, and a third one doesn't help nearly as much. So maybe their evasion. They don't really need
Maybe
to.
make evasion worth something.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
I
at
think
some
that's
point,
on the.
every class should be able to block.
I think that's on the one of the things he wants to focus on is enemy two-player evasion as well. In my opinion, I think at the absolute cap, the best character for evasion should be capable of blocking at most against the end of game enemies 75% of the time, and then move that all the way down to 10% for the worst character. Now, what is that? That can be an issue in the sense that yes, when you get up to a certain point of evasion, you can completely invalidate certain areas just because they can't hit you. But this game has a love for set damage, so it doesn't always help. But at the same time, if you level off the enemy's ATA to be a much smaller gradient, then you can do a lot easier balancing of. All right, so in forest, or something like that, they have, let's say there you have a 75% chance of blocking, but you go to like seabed and that same amount of ATA, EVP is capable of giving you 50% block rate. It doesn't. The enemy's ATA doesn't matter nearly as much. It just needs to be. It can be molded much better, I think.
Yeah.
And not affect the game nearly as bad. Well, I didn't do anything. There we go. I think.
Yep. Yeah, my big thing with the stats in this game is I've never valued evasion because every character I played just had a 0% chance to block at most times, anyways.
Yeah, Romarl, the one sitting right there. Romarl has the gas, and like, goodness, I could probably sit in up to mines is a Romarl and probably block most things. Because like in forest, you can't get hit with a Romarl. With at least mine right now. I got pseudo stuck behind fucking rappies surrounding me once.
Yeah.
And I think they have the highest ATA in forest. But actually, that might be the next thing I look into is actually see if the ATA growth in Ultimate is insane or is it not as bad as I think it is. But like, you go from being capable of block into not being able to block at all very quick. So I think it's the absolute cliff of stats that Sega for some reason decided that enemies need to have on ATA when they shouldn't.
Got half the player's ATA and double the enemy's ATA. It seems like bad practice.
Well, not necessarily. Like honestly, I the player's evasion points kind of does end up just being like a pretty normal like ramp, or not even a ramp. It's kind of just a. They just go from best to worst, and they're pretty evenly spaced out, I think. So that would be easy to just have enemies' accuracy just range where you need it to on that plane.
Here's a wacky thought. How about instead of evasion giving you block chance, every character has a block chance based on their level. At level 200, you have just a base 50% across all enemies. And evasion then turns into a stat whether or not the enemy actually just hits you. So sometimes you'll see the word miss when an enemy should have hit you.
That'd be cursed. Enemies can't miss.
Then why can players miss when the weapon goes physically through them? Enemies should also get a block.
We're gonna make enemies great again. Don't you
Yeah,
dare.
let's just do PSU. Instead of zeros, you see miss.
I did find that
The
weird.
weapon just isn't up at that moment.
I did very much find that weird when I was playing the time in the. Yeah, I believe I only got one character level 100 in that game. That was a grind upon grinds playing only PlayStation 2 offline. You go to the ice place and you spin with daggers. That's all you fucking do. And I got every of the highest rank of each weapon and got each of their photon arts maxed out at, I think, level 30 is what they go to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Back in the early vanilla days, old PS2 era. Oh god, that's so fucking unclean. It's so
I mean, I
basic,
guess
such a beta.
it's hard to, yeah, it's really weird to try and judge it similar to PS, because, like, I'm used to version 3 of this. Is that not, like, basically what version 1 of PSU?
Yes, the PlayStation version, the Xbox version, the original vanilla PSU is
Okay.
exactly like
Xbox 360, you mean by the Xbox version?
yeah, the Xbox 360.
Okay, I do have both versions. That doesn't help at all. That they're both the same. Like, did they only get updates through online then, or was there an actual?
The offline mode never gets updated.
Well,
There's the vanilla offline story. Oops. There's a vanilla offline story, and then there's online. Online only is the only thing got updated, and the online mode actually updated with progressive updates for how they updated the game. Like hunters being able to restore their photon power in their weapons by doing basic ass melee attacks. That was not a thing in vanilla. It never will be. Photon charges actually giving you 100% of your photon charge in your weapon. Vanilla version, it gives you 10%.
Actually,
Or up to about 50%.
I guess I would be interested in doing like if someone, I don't know if anyone's ever done it, modding the game to have all of the final like Sega intended content.
Oh yeah, no. The only modding in the game, as far as I'm aware, goes into the private servers, the online portion of the game.
Yeah. But I'd be interested, like, potentially playing maybe, a solo custom character that lets you do all of the things, or even trying to play. Is there a vanilla server for PSU?
There's not. There's only the Clementine server, which has updates across the entirety of the Phantasy Star Universe franchise, including the PSP games, and their own special modifications to the photon attacks that make them way too strong. Like, some photon attacks that only hit 1 or 2 targets all of a sudden hit 4 or 5 targets. And because of how strong they were initially, it just makes them just broken. On bosses that have multiple hit zones, instead of just hitting 2 targets, you hit 5 targets. And if you hit 2 targets for 5,000, now you're hitting 5 targets for 5,000, and you one-shot the boss.
Okay. So,
But yeah, if you want the closest to the end game vanilla of what the Universe franchise looked and felt like, PSP2i. There's a reason why I keep bringing it up, because that's the last final version of the game that Sega left before they stopped working on it entirely.
I was going to say that potentially once this month is over, and if I do get my new job, once that's all settled and stuff, I was either talking about starting a blue pool so I can have a piping character, or if you help me get that set up, I might start a character on there if I have the time.
Yeah, PSP2i, it's actually genuinely not hard. You just need the, if you don't have an actual console with the game itself, you just need an emulator.
Yeah, I don't know.
And the PPS SPP emulator, it got really stupid easy to set up, for at least single player offline. There is a little bit more involved into getting it set up to do like the multiplayer, the local area network multiplayer. As well as there is a person that's been hopping in my chat that has been telling me that they've gotten the framework like set to bring back the actual online servers, which the online servers for that game were discontinued when Sega decided to stop functionally updating shit.
Yeah.
And they took the servers completely offline, so there's content that's locked to online that's no longer available. But they have the servers functionally working for console only.
How did he got damage canceled? That's crazy because I hit him with like 4.
Yeah. but I probably was just matching over the phone. But like, yeah, if the online servers actually do get online again, that'd be great. But like the guy was telling me, it was only on the console so far. He has not been able to get the emulator to work, and he's just chipping away at it, trying to figure out how to get the emulator to connect online as well.
Mm.
And these wouldn't be like modded servers; they would be vanilla servers.
Well,
So that'd be cool. There'd be the online battle mode, which has its own ranking system, which I find really fucking weird. But yeah, the differences between like the PSP2 version of the game and like the vanilla PSU, very different. In the final version of the game, they went away with every weapon having their own PP charge, and they brought it back effectively to how PSO is, where every character has their own TP bar, kind of.
Mm.
So every character does attacks based on their own TP.
Okay. No,
Yeah, and
it is.
the
I've been wanting.
sorry.
I guess it's weird. Again, nothing plays like. Well, nothing plays like fucking version 2, and nothing plays like version 3, and they're very different games.
Yeah.
But no. I guess what you said, P2I is probably the closest thing to version 3.
Yeah, like the tech discs and all the photon arts, they went away with leveling them by just using them, and now they're just like PSO tech discs, where you just find the next level increase.
Which I think, I don't know what they were thinking with. It levels up when you use it. Yeah, that sounds like it might be more of a merit for it to increase, but at the same time, that doesn't fall in line with PSO at all. Because everything
it doesn't.
You find everything in PSO.
Yeah, my guess is their thought process was they wanted your skills to grow with your character, which is all fine and dandy if implemented well. They didn't implement them well.
Yeah, but then the other situation just being like, you're encouraging a player to spam to get the better version of it, and they will continue to do that until it's maxed. So
that's exactly how it worked out.
Yeah, that's just unless you curb that with some other mechanic that like either punishes the player for spamming it, or
that's just your weapon not having enough photon charge to continue using it, because as the skill increases, the cost of the PP increases. But the solution for that, just carry your 10 photon charges. You run out of that, carry 10 weapons.
Yeah, like that's what I knew in what's it in normal universe as well. Is I just bought photon charges before I left, and I'd fucking spam the whole time, and I would have enough for each quest that I wanted to do. So there was no reason for normal attacks.
Yeah.
So
another way to cause players to want to do more normal attacks is they implement. I don't know which version of the game they implemented this in, but I know it exists in PSP2. The chain system. So the number of combos that you successfully complete on enemies will build a chain, and then based on how strong that chain is, you increase the photon attack's damage. So say you want to one-shot a boss, you have to get a chain of like 30 to 50, and you just attack with your multi-targeting weapons. So like there's some weapons whose attacks are like stronger than others, like swords. Big swords, they swing slowly but hit multiple targets. But every time you swing it only counts as one combo. So you'd bring daggers or twin blades or double saber to get that +6 combo per, or +6 combo per finishing combo. And then you would just switch to your strongest weapon and hit with the biggest photon blast, that photon attack you have. And in multiplayer, because I haven't played it, I only got told how it works. Basically, the entire chain is based on the entire team's combo. So whoever initiates their photon attack will cause the chain to start disappearing. There's a couple seconds where everyone can hit with a photon attack, their photon charge, their whatever photon art. There we go. Where they can get the boosted damage, where the first person to hit it initiates the timer. So you just have a group of 4 people just sitting there, hitting the boss as fast as they can, and then some person launches an attack that will absolutely decimate the boss, and everyone needs to join in on that and time it correctly to get the huge payload. I think that's really cool, because that involves, like, being able to cooperate with people, or one person just being incredibly greedy and just get to a chain and then hit with a photon attack, and it's like, well, so what? I did big damage, you guys didn't, you guys suck.
Yeah. I had well, that was a while ago. I've always had the idea of like making a very PSO inspired game, and just I had the thought exercise the size of what it would be interesting to try and change potential portions of each of the three pillars of the game of the three classes to try and make them more interesting and playable fast like as much as we love the game, I understand that people find this to be extremely not engaging just because I guess they don't understand it the way we do. And I know it's the
Yeah, I don't know.
pretentious way to say it, but
Hello, Ives.
we really do understand that like this game is a second to second game. Not there's the end goal only happens when you fucking get lucky apparently, but like
Oops.
all right, here we go.
Yeah, I didn't walk forward, so I wasn't.
But I like the fact that as much as it can be frustrating, early walkers, enemies slapping you when they spawn in, all that type of shit is the only reason this game has kept being interesting. Because like if you walked in every single wave happened the exact same way, it'd be hard to play. This is why it's so difficult for me to do like I don't know. Twisted Towers has its moments where it's different because you can never rely on demons to do everything the same. But sometimes it's just like fuck. I really
But
wish
you still end up relying on it, just how long it takes to do the
Yeah.
job.
But like that's why it's always so fun, especially when you get to the more complex areas like ruins and seabed, is that enemies have 1,000 different things that they could end up doing just for no reason, and they all end up basically influencing each other to do something else, and you're never going to get the same room, like basically exactly the same. You can try, and some rooms do allow you to do things exactly the same if you freeze the entire room, but like it is so much more fun whenever you're like, all right, this motherfucker's being an asshole, and I shouldn't be having issues with this guy. But then after you die to the dude, you're just like, man, I wouldn't be playing this game if that didn't happen.
Yeah, Ives says there's a stream on Twitch running PSO at the moment using commentary you recorded at the start at some point.
What the
Really?
fuck?
That's interesting.
Are you talking about you or me?
I'm assuming me, because I don't recall you ever recording stuff with Starved.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've seen a couple of videos talking about PSO that use recordings from me.
Yeah, I don't remember if I've ever been in chat with. I've been there a couple times, but very, very few. So yeah, it would have to be you.
Maybe
But
they'll find this specific video about us talking about the things that we enjoy about the game, even though we hate it. We enjoy the things we hate. It makes the game fun.
but I don't know. I hope they
It's
don't.
just how games work, right? You got to take the good with the bad. If you just how is it referred? You got to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Otherwise, if you hate one thing, you can't play the game at all.
Okay. But back to the main point, I guess, was that I did have ideas that the three different classes would have their own little mini game that they'd be playing, and of course I hope that potentially Hunter could do more of, I guess, For Honors, similar to For Honors system of having like you can pick a path combo with the direction you choose and stuff like that. I'm not sure how strong that would be compared to enemies being capable of constantly choosing your combos and potentially just invalidating enemies being able to hit you if you're capable of finding a combo that always beats them. But that would take more workshopping. But Ranger's whole thing was keeping a kill timer, basically constantly trying to keep it going. And if it ends, then you lose out on either certain buffs, like maybe having a higher crit chance, or like you just said, potentially if you can get your combo up high enough that photon blasts with groups can end up being absolutely destructive. But forces were always the ones I was having a hard time changing. But I always have the same idea, and I think we've already talked about it. Just making forces capable. If they're not going to deal a lot of damage, at least let them have the freedom to do don't not even care about a TP bar, honestly.
Yeah, that's kind of something I kind of enjoy about the PSP series or PSU series. Is just forces don't have that TP bar. It's their photons like based on their weapon, just like hunters and stuff. But the other difference is if forces run out of TP or PP in this case, They still can't cast. Well, as hunters, they can still swing their weapon around.
Yeah, like there's always going to be that issue. I think honestly the best situation should be a kind of an in between of just like what we have going on with our characters. Like we use spirit, we have a chameleon side with us, so having the ability to dump TP into attacks and being capable of regaining the TP back. And I think that would be an interesting loop in and of itself. Is there's enemies you're not going to be as easily capable of stealing TP from, or enemies are designed specifically where they have less TP to give, and certain enemies are there specifically to be the forces, TP cows, and they're able to get them back. But it could be spaced out in such ways in areas and actually designed to the point to where like forces have to sit there and go, okay, I could kill these enemies with TP a lot faster, but I know that I'm not going to get a reliable enemy to get TP back on for the next 2 to 3 rounds. It could be completely designed around. Of course, they're the support still, or in quotation support. They're capable of doing, buffing themselves and everyone else, but that shouldn't be their whole identity.
Looks like Diley's running a run on really longathon.
Oh.
Soul Eater slow. Oh, he renamed it to Soul Eater Slays Falls category. Wonder what that means. Really lots of lore. So I don't have the volume on because obviously it's a different stream. I don't want that on while I'm streaming.
But if you're talking during their stream, why not?
It's a Diley and I can't finish it.
I don't know. I would say like if they were using whoever that other stream was using your audio, you might as well use theirs.
No, I don't think they're using that. I think it's like just talking about the whole lore. Anyone like with sort of base attacks, you mean charge? I think charge is a decent thing to do, but they took that out in PSU. It still exists in PS0, but there's no special attack button, so it's just randomly applied per attack.
I think charge probably be in its own class of sacrifice of being potentially like ×3 instead of ×5. Although wait, is that what normally heavy is?
It's ×3 and then I think it's just normally ×3. Roughly.
Oh yeah, it is normally ×3. Sorry, it should be what is the fucking heavy multiplication?
Heavy multiplication is like 1.7, and normal tax is like 0.8 or something.
0.7, sacrifice is 0.3. Okay. So yeah, it should be like probably close to 2.3 or 2.5 for charge specifically because of how inconsequential it is, unless you make Meseta a resource that is either scarce or has other uses.
Or just basically make everything a Vijaya.
But just simply the fact that because Ives has to where you can put 500,000 Meseta into a photon drop, I don't use charge anymore. That's as simple as that. I don't use charge because I have that's an opportunity cost right there. Like for the vanilla game, no, your charge is the reason why charge is so damn strong is because there is the only reason you wouldn't use it if you don't have fucking money. And it's not very hard to keep your bank, your pocket change full because you can pick up like 3 shields and 2 weapons and you have already replenished all the money that you spent on that quest. That or make charge cost more. If charge costs maybe 1,000 per shot, then you might have a different opinion on it. But as is, it's too strong.
No, I didn't want the special attacks.
Yeah. It's fine.
Can't remember how much it does. It's like it's close to like ×3 damage.
It is
×3. I mean, the Vijaya is ×5 damage for 10,000 Meseta.
Yeah, it's 5.1 times damage for Vijaya and exactly 3.0 for sacrifice effects like Spirit, Berserk, and Charge, and then 1.7 for heavy. I believe is it 1.0 or is it like I think it's 0.9 or something for normals? Which
Yeah, quite
what's the fucking point in having a fucking damage stat if you're gonna multiply it on every single situation anyway?
It says he hates having to switch weapons on PSUs for specific techs. Yeah, tying the techniques to the weapon themselves is kind of meh, but I understand why they did it since they wanted it all to be like photon or like the photon arts for melee weapons.
Well, that's
I
kind of how
I don't necessarily hate it, but I understand why that'd be annoying.
Well, that's kind of how you were suggesting in the first place. What's it? Trying to fix in V3, just having certain weapons reduce cost of certain spells.
Oh yeah, the ones that specialize, because we already have the weapons specialize in the things.
Yeah.
Like all raw techs on fucking Psycho 1, you got Fire Receptor Agni, you can have all foe attacks take a reduction, as well as boost the damage. It wouldn't be like changing your weapon every single time just to change what spells you have.
I mean, but at the same time, if you had weapons that... Oh wait, did I start this without... I did.
Yes, you did.
If you had a weapon that could boost any given spell, you would basically be switching weapons for each spell. Because why wouldn't you? Do you mind, or you want me to start over?
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'll
try.
It's always nice when things line up, but that's about what you think about charge damage should be as well.
What do you... not exactly... I'm not seeing, I guess, the context of the for that full thing to make sense to me. It's always nice when things line up. Why is it, like, guaranteed for you to fucking do that, dude? I fucking hate Gills. They're so stupid. Walks up, Doug ignores everything I'm doing, shocks me. You can't fucking kill yourself because you're rooted, which makes no fucking sense. And then they can just, megad you. Full escape all out. Try that again. Or, were you talking, like, charge damage being anywhere from, like, 2.0 to 2.3 times damage, like I said earlier, or something else? Because it's shit.
I don't know when in the conversation he said that.
Yeah, because that is important. Get the fuck away from me, asshole.
You can heal when you're rooted, but only from the palette, not from a menu. Oh, so if you have, like, a mate tied to your menu, or from your palette, you can just use it. I didn't know that.
So I need to put soul atomizers on one of my fucking palettes. Got it. Because that shit is annoying. Why? Why are y'all jumping? I'm against the wall.
What is episode 4? Blue Burst. We don't talk about episode 4 here. We don't play it.
Even though we talk about it every fucking stream, but yeah, episode 4 is the PC release of basically version 4 with the 4th episode dropped. For context, if you don't know, episode 3 is a card game that also came out on GameCube, but I don't know why they decided to name that episode 3. I guess they did. I don't know if they definitely had intentions of releasing the PC version, so I don't know why they called that episode 3.
Maybe they didn't have the intention of releasing a PC version.
Or not even, not even necessarily that, but I'm pretty sure they were already, like, working on the 4th episode by the time they were making the 3rd episode, so...
Maybe they were. All I know about Blueburst is they used it as practice for PSU.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't...
Maybe.
They wanted to program for online exclusive game.
Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, looking at version 4, it could have been they could have very easily made that in a couple of months and going, all right, that's it. Because they didn't have a single bit of care for balance, and they didn't make any changes to episode 1 or 2. So,
If I recall correctly, they just copied the code from the Xbox version of the game and then just continued working on it. 2.25 times makes charge in between heavy damage and Zerk Spirit.
yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
Because that's where I think Zerk's charge should be, with no other changes. What you could either, you could also change how much charge costs. I would make it to where it's nearly impossible to make up the funds for charge. In that case, then you will make decisions as to where you're using it rather than all the time, or have another thing for Meseta to be useful for. But I do think the easiest thing to do is just up damage.
Make charge cost the extra damage goods.
Okay, I didn't mean to start another one without you.
I was just sitting in the
room is up, or room will be.
Yeah.
You see.
I was waiting for you to tell me you were done so I could leave the thing so I didn't have
Right.
my VOD muted.
Mindlessly talking about things. Extra damage it gives? I mean, it's possible. It's very easily possible, I guess, but that's a couple extra lines of code I'm not sure this game could handle. Yikes. Yeah, that would be somewhat of a balancing act, because the more damage you do, the more you're spending. But at the same time...
The harder you push the button, the more money you spend.
I'm trying to think, on average, how much extra would that be?
Go to your Meseta and you just choose a quantity, and instead of saying drop, it says use. You just load the bullets into the gun and it shoots that much Meseta per bullet.
It does remind. There is a cool... I guess it is technically one of the best weapons in Terraria, but it's very hard to use because it specifically uses money as weapon, and the higher quality of the coin that you use, the more damage it does. And platinum is not a, you don't just get that for free. You have to kind of work to get that money, but it does a fuck ton of damage.
You're only sacrificing feet. He's probably up anyways.
Yeah. Yep, then I guess it is changing the damage percent to 2.25 or 2.3 to make it simple. Like none of the other damage multipliers hit, I guess, the 100th digit. They just fucking do point this and point that. Actually, I have been meaning that. I think this has already basically been answered, but when the game is determining when it's basically doing its RNG for dropping a rare or any other thing, how is it basically viewed? Is it viewed as a percent to the game, or is it actually doing a fraction and like rolling and seeing if it matches that the number on the whatever it's looking for? And if it is rolling on a fraction, like if you're doing a 1 in, like, let's say 1 in 100, is it looking for the 1, or is it looking for you to roll 100 on 100?
Question.
The questions I ask, because I exist your questions.
It also says it's possible to raise the charge cost, but people just do the and keep using
Yeah,
the same charges. Yeah.
That's why I agreed specifically with the raise the or lower the damage.
I wish Daily had told me he was doing a marathon run. I would have loved to be a commentator.
Yeah.
I have no problem doing that for speedruns. You can talk about the lore. I have so much lore I could talk about.
Actually, honestly, yeah. If we're gonna put charge lower on damage, you could lower it to 100 per shot at that point, and just make it kind of negligible, and just be constantly capable of using it. It's already not a real cost, but then you could make it less of a think thing as well. Because Berserk is better by that point. It only has the cost of don't get hit. No. Charge could also be removed from the game, and it wouldn't be. Because I think Berserk is just better in general. It is so much more fun. Ooh. How naughty do I want to be?
And then Spirit exists, where you can use it damn near infinite. Except for when people lie to you on the different version of the game. Oh yeah, Spirit in V2, you can use it infinitely. No, you can't use Zerk infinitely in V2 because it puts you too low. That doesn't make any sense to me, dude. That's crazy. Fucking 3 separate people told me this. And I don't know if they knew each other, if they were all in cahoots just to fuck with me. But like 3 separate people across my streaming career at different times told me this. Fucking Christ. Conspiracy of a lifetime. Just fuck with one streamer. That no one knows about.
No, it's definitely balanced correctly that the Berserk one is the one that's allowed to go infinitely.
This leader will KO only if you hold it out.
Yeah.
Just don't equip it. I mean, Frozen Shooter will guaranteed freeze you if you hold it out at some point in your life.
Just
but
heal.
like, just switch off of it when you're not using it.
Yeah,
Problem solved.
Just heal before you equip it.
Nobody actually plays V2. That's why my V2 VODs are way more popular than my V3 VODs, right? No one plays it, so they're just like, what's this shitty version of the game?
Yeah, like everyone's actually been wanting to know things about V2, but not willing to play it.
Yeah. It's too hard to get into. Last time I tried to get a Dreamcast emulator to work, it copied exactly what my console was doing, which was not running the fucking games.
Yeah, I guess that's another barrier of entry is a DC, and if you want it fucking physical, you need a lot of equipment.
You have the DC, and then you have to get lucky enough to actually find a copy of the game,
and you have
or burn it,
and a controller, and the memory card with it.
Yeah,
because those controllers are very specific because they hold very specific memory cards.
If a rare is 1/10 of the game will roll for either a 0 to 9 or from 0.0 to 0.9. And then if the number is either 9 or 0.9, you win, but it also could be detect rolling a 0 and win. Wouldn't really matter either way. Alright. So it just needs to roll within the value.
So you don't know whether it values the high roll or the low roll as the actual rare drop.
Just needs to beat value one way or the other.
But it does roll basically as a fraction rather than a percent. Which I don't even know how it would do. I don't even know how it would do it as a percent. Ugh! No, we're not going to normal. I accidentally double inputted it over, or I guess triple inputted because you got to go down 2. Who knows? It could be both. It could some could value the low and some could value the high roll. It's Sega.
George, not high roll, high roll. Roll, not roll. This ain't no Nintendo copyright stream.
This is also, you may also be making a Link Between Worlds joke / reference. Because it's fucking...
Yes, I understand the reference.
No, you don't. I'm making you get it.
I've played that game. I've done the randomizer. I understand the reference.
I'm sorry, Carl. I don't think you do. So Link Between Worlds. I guarantee it. Well, did you play it day one?
Yeah, I got it day one.
Okay,
I have 300% completed files on my actual hard copy of the game.
so we played it around a similar time. I think I played it probably a week after because my brother is the one who actually got it. And I let him, do his thing with it, and I was like, let me play.
Yep, I started learning the speed run, and then lost interest. And then Vera picked up the speed run, and I got a little interested in it again, and then I lost interest again.
Well, you're also like 6 years older than me, so and I was just playing games back then, like a normal person.
True.
No, it's weird. The speedrunner brain can be viewed as a parasite in some cases. You're like, wow, that looks fun, and like it'd be a fun speed run, and then like you will never see the game the same. You can never do a casual start. You can never just, I'm going to go back to this game and have fun. No, you'll never go back.
True. I mean, I did that with PSO, so I don't know. I don't think it's impossible. But then again, PSO's a very unique game that no one knows about.
And the normal speed run for the game doesn't take you through the rest of the game. You go through the first, basically the 20th of the game for the speed run.
Yeah.
If what you consider to be the game, like it takes a lot longer to beat Ultimate Falls. Or if you consider
about 4 hours, or potentially under 4 hours, if you get good maps.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming that's also using glitches to.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. If you're doing all bosses of somewhat glitched.
But all bosses episode 1 glitchless, I would imagine takes upward of like. Yeah, I don't know. There could be a cheesy.
Genuinely don't know how long that would take. I think Diley had an estimate for that. I don't know if he actually ever ran it.
Because the real question is,
someone did try to run 100% for the game, and they got 53 hours in, and then called the run over.
But what's
They were playing Humar.
The real question is, what is the minimum requirements for beating Ultimate Falls in a consistent and not like skate doll or
about 690-ish health.
Okay, what class can what color ID / class combo can get you to that health the fastest, I guess, is the real question. I guess you could equip things, but you gotta also be able to
the speedrun pipes for lilies. God HPs are too valuable.
You also have to be able to do damage to the boss as well.
Yeah.
But I guess getting there and dealing 1 damage, even if that takes like an hour to kill the boss, is better than getting there 2 hours later being able to do 2 damage. So it's very much a quest.
Yeah, I believe you just play a force, and then you just pipe for the god.
Yeah, forces just do kind of guaranteed damage. Their MST growth is insane by comparison to having to do 2 stats in ATA and ATP. So yeah, forces. It's funny how forces are just so meh in online or even solo casual play, because I guess they're not as fun. Well, I guess you and me have fun with forces. They're weird. When you accept that you're not dealing damage, and you accept that you're actually there to support and just steal TP when you can, then it can be fun.
Yeah, I'm there to stagger the enemies with my physical attacks, and cancel your damage with my magical attacks. Like, if I don't want you to kill them fast enough, I'll just start spamming spells.
Yeah. No, it's definitely when you get it being a tank force, and you're just like, okay, I am helping by standing here and getting punched in the face for 2 damage, because the other guy gets to do what they want. Rather than
us lined up on both players' screens, though.
Right? Yeah, that's the fucked up part, is that there's always a mechanic in this game, or something that's just not working that makes it very hard to be optimal as a force. He is killing the hell out of you. Okay.
Oh, that's why you're shooting me. It makes sense. You should 3 of us speedrun Triforce Heroes and get it into the GPQ. George, no. I've never played Triforce Heroes. I don't feel like playing a fashion game. I don't really feel like supporting Nintendo and their anti-consumer practices right now.
Triforce Heroes is, I think, the one that came on Wii U.
No, that's a 3DS game where you do special abilities based on your clothing, I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure it came out on Wii U.
If it came out on Wii U, George would know it.
He never said he owned it. George said some really random stuff sometimes, so it wouldn't surprise me.
It's Link Between Worlds, but multiplayer. So yes, it's 3DS. It's definitely one of the 2 3DS games with Zelda that came out. But it's definitely not Link Between Worlds. It's Nintendo's take on a fucking roguelike for Zelda that didn't pan out too well because it wasn't very popular.
Okay. Alright, so actually I want Ives' opinion on this because that's what we were talking about at the start. I think part of the diagnosis as to what Diley and I have been talking about that might help without doing a lot to the end game is what we've been talking about is ATA and EVP of the player to enemy basically combat situation, and that for the most part, especially in just straight vanilla offline, you will get to ultimate with every character way too soon. And there's no reason to stay in V hard outside of grinding XP so you can survive in ultimate to get good items. So we're not only I'm pretty sure what Diley's been working on is also upping XP to have the natural game end up. You don't have to do nearly as many runs of ruins to get to the next area every time, but increasing the goods that happens in very hard while also increasing the average amount of XP you would gain in very hard might help fix the accuracy issue in the early parts of Ultimate. I guess that's the thing I'm really asking. Do you think that might be a sound argument as to why very hard to Ultimate feels weird? Because there's nothing to do in Ultimate in V3. Sorry, nothing to do in very hard in V3. So there's no reason to stay there. Because I think if you actually did get to Ultimate at level 80, and you were in very hard for not a super long time, but long enough to find things that are useful, that would be fun. And then fixing the top end of Ultimate is the other issue. But I think that the meat of Ultimate, being able to do normal heavy is not the hardest thing for a lot of classes to be capable of getting into if they start there at level 80. But
I'm confused. You said enter Ultimate too soon, but you want to raise the XP in V hard, which will let you enter Ultimate sooner. Yeah, that's kind of what he said.
Yeah.
If I was not brain dead and could explain it better, basically you can get to Ultimate too soon and not have enough experience or weapons or whatever to deal with the enemies in Ultimate. The idea behind increasing the amount of experience given would be get you a higher level sooner. So when you hit Ultimate, you're more prepared to take on Ultimate, so you never need to go back to V-Hard for any reason at all ever.
So I guess
V-Hard drops just don't have anything.
The discrepancy of unlocking Ultimate and being capable of dealing with the Ultimate. If you can get there, if you unlock Ultimate closer to the dealing with Ultimate thing, I think it would fix the problem. Because being able
that is just a single player thing, a single player problem, though. I understand that much.
I mean, it doesn't really change in multiplayer that much. You can't even go to Ultimate until level 80 on multiplayer, which means you're trapped in very hard grinding TTF because there is nothing to find in very hard.
Yep, true, true.
So
and then once you hit level 80, you still can't take on ultimate because your character's too weak because
yeah,
multiplayer stats are stupid as fuck.
because yeah, and then you're not even ready by level 80 for multiplayer ultimate. So both of those things, if they were addressed, I think they would help. Now, yes, you would need. Then it isn't helping with the fact that if you get to ultimate at level 80, but hopefully, online XP would also be fixed. We're not. We're okay. We're only talking about offline because I'm pretty sure this mod is completely geared towards offline play. With no, I don't think there's any plans of doing what's it online at all right now, just because it's easier to focus. I'm gonna die if he hits me with any of the. Okay, he's dead. He was frozen with a shield up on my screen.
That's... Yeah, neither of these guys moved on my screen. I don't know how they got desynced so badly for you.
But I'm on.
So you were in here at roughly the same time. The guy that flew away on you was frozen on my screen.
I'm also I'm gonna jittery caffeine me is gonna say too many words I don't need to. But
George, thank you for the compliment about my hair, and try asking a question, Rory. George wants you to ask a question.
I'm not going to.
Oh damn, you should have said what question. You come up with the question.
Well, that question would have been your question, so.
True, true.
But I guess what the diagnosis that I have come to, at least, I'm not going to put words on it, but like, very hard needs to be more more filling, I guess, experience to help with ultimate jump to its difficulty. Just like you will generally, normal mode. Most characters can fly straight to the boss. I think that's the intended. I don't think you're supposed to stick around any longer than one run for each, except for the low health ones. But they can find HP units that will likely get them through that boss. Hard mode, you kind of need to maybe do ruins twice for some of the better characters, maybe 3 to 4 times for other ones. But very hard, you get there, you can get straight to the boss easily, but then the boss walled you because of the HP gap is insane. And then once you finally do overcome that, you're still at level like fucking 50 for most characters. But making very hard more difficult of a jump and a better, I guess, seaming together between hard to ultimate, making I think readjusting it, having better equipment in very hard, and generally raising the XP of what you gain to get you to that high level would be probably it would be good for game.
Says if the XP is a problem if you're rushing, if you clear every free play area in both episodes offline, you end up in the 50s.
Yeah, but like it still is like.
Which is enough to clear all of the forest cults.
I think the other issue is like.
I have to go back to be hard to get a few levels between tackling alt areas, but it's not too bad for any means. You rush episode 1 and then get straight alt forest, and you're for skipping half the game.
I also don't like the idea of having to do all the quests or / all the areas in every difficulty. That gets extremely repetitive, and you end up staying places too long in some cases. Like, if I was told to wait till very hard to do all the quests so I have all the quests done for a character, then that would make the most sense of that spot. But very hard, I'm a item hunting type of person and want to look for equipment. I don't like just going through areas for the sake of going through areas.
You can say it this way: trying to balance the game for yourself or trying to balance the game for everyone is going to be a lot more different.
Yeah, I understand that.
Because trying to balance it casually, like the average casual play, would probably try to clear an area 4 or 5 times to get enough experience.
Yeah.
He's talking about free play, no quests in any difficulty.
I really don't think clear.
Thinking about getting level 50s if you clear every area, I don't think that's accurate. Because I've definitely cleared every single area in a single run And by the time I hit Ultimate, my lowest level was like mid-40s.
Yeah,
I
like
think my lowest level was 42. And that was on a horse. And that was with clearing out every zone, every room, full clearing every map I got one time. If you clear everything, you don't get to 50s. And that's with the multiplayer, or the multiplayer ending spots.
yeah, like you. I don't think I've ever. I've been. I think 58 is the lowest I've ever been because I do a bunch of extra stuff. I don't do directly there, but for the most part, most characters, if you aren't, looking for dragon HPs and stuff like that, to get to naturally having enough HP, it is going to take until the 160s for most characters. But even then, you're quite a bit under leveled for ultimate. I think level 70, which is where I believe Diley said that's where his mod on a straight run through will basically get you there at level 70, which is better. But I don't know. I don't think at the same time, I guess going to episode 2 might be, the XP amount that you need, but it's not
If
worth
you do both episode 1 and episode 2, oh yeah, no, I only did episode 1.
Yeah,
episode 2 isn't worth it.
Episode 2 is just, it is weird. It's not worth
Yeah, because the level you have to be able to handle episode 2 on the proper level, in normal mode you have to be like high 20s, which means you're in hard in episode 1. It's not worth going back to normal mode episode 2 when you can handle hard mode episode 1.
Yeah,
it's just not viable.
Sure,
for the first 3 areas, very easily able to be handled at level 17 or so. You get to seabed, that's not possible.
But the other issue is
not
you're
casually possible.
You're gaining that difficulties experience as well, which is no good.
Yeah, episode 2 does not give nearly enough experience to be even worth doing. It's just better to run through all of episode 1 and still get to ultimate too early that way than do any of episode 2 before you're in ultimate.
Is hunting for things and killing enemies in episode 2 is episode 2 pushes you to, if you your character is capable of taking it, it's fun. But like if you're underleveled, it's a nightmare, and if you don't have any reward for doing it, it's even worse. It's weird. But if balancing episode, if we're talking about balancing things, if we balance episode 2 to either give you appropriate XP for killing enemies that are that much more difficult or complex, or have items that are worth going there for. But I don't think I've ever hunted for something in very hard episode 2 that was useful to me at the time and ever been useful to me.
Yeah, I've never done anything episode 2 outside of ultimate difficulty, aside from the occasional seal of the heart, or whatever that quest is to get the Raggle Raining V hard. George says he casually reached 200 and couldn't do any damage. No, mags don't count, George. You have to get your character to 200. Mags are part of it, but that's not your character level.
You're basically, by the time you hit level 100 in fucking V2, you're basically level 200. Your HP...
Yeah, because you probably have the stats of a level 200 thanks to all the fucking materials you've gotten in V-Hard.
Yeah, your HP and TP are the only things that go up.
Do is to alternate episodes per area. Order, forest, temple, spaceship, mines, CC, ruins. You guys repeat. In hard, repeat, V-Hard, level 55-ish, or old forest.
Yeah, it's...
Definitely not how I handle it, because that's not how the story is told.
Yeah. What
episode
about
2
the
comes
story?
after episode 1. You can't.
What about the story?
Go into the second episode after the forest. That's not lore accurate, Ives.
I guess what I'm talking about would be a fix to I guess make episode 1 specifically solo a little more less grindy and friendly to a new player to understand. Like, I guess at the same time they have to look at the drop table to know what they're missing out on and know what's exactly a decent build or what they need to get into ultimate or all that other stuff.
Well, that's the people that are trying to figure out what they need to get in ultimate are people like you and me who have had years of experience, and we plan this shit out. A casual player won't necessarily plan this shit out. They won't know what actually exists until they get it.
Yeah.
By accident most of the time.
And then the other thing is, like, will they know when they're if they're an ultimate missing all the time or dealing absolutely no damage? Will they know to go back to V hard? Which I'm pretty sure the answer would be yes. That's just how in general RPGs are. If you do hit a wall, you go back and grind. But we know from what we've seen in hindsight that going back to V hard is not really worth it. It is terrible XP. Like you might actually gain more XP in general just by harming yourself in ultimate. Whereas the difference in ludicrous mode is that it is really not worth it to stay there. Because you will not get XP nearly as fast by trying to butt your head up against those insanely static monsters, whereas Ultimate is possible to gain a bit of XP, and the items that you have a realistic chance of getting will make it easier for you to get in.
To be fair, in ludicrous difficulty, if I wanted to, I could have just brute forced it and only stayed in the forest and just kept clearing the first area over literally the first room over and over with just techniques until they dropped the shit I needed.
Yeah. But then,
I could have done that, and I would have been able to handle it freely. But I went back to V-Hard specifically because I have no cap on material limit. The way V1 and V2 are programmed is materials drop abundantly in V-Hard because that was the original end game before it was reworked in V3. And units aren't rare. So I can just get whatever fucking god unit I want at any given moment outside of god ability.
Yeah, that's actually the other thing I would agree with is if you made just based on merit, health, and difficulty of what is going on, give enemies the XP reward that they're worth. So if episode 2 is basically hard mode for normal mode, give them hard mode XP.
Or at least increase it.
Yeah, like just make it 1.5 times XP is what any other normal enemy in episode 1 would have given, and just make it worth your time. And then, of course,
make normal episode 2 to be in between normal and hard mode.
I've always that's always basically what it is. Is that like normal episode 2 is 1.5 like between each of the difficulty, but the fucking XP and your rewards, the drops are just not worth it. Somehow they're worse. It makes no sense why they're worse. Everything.
That is a fair statement. Doing forest and then going into temple does technically make sense, but the experience that you get from temple and the boss of temple itself is too difficult for any character going into temple at level 5. Unless you know exactly what you're doing, like you have use of experience.
At the same time, it does spoil the fun of episode 1 for a first time player. If they do any amount of VR temple, they're like, oh, what are these enemies? And they go to episode 1 after going to VR temple.
I think we're worried about spoilers at this point.
I know, but I'm saying for a first time player, it would be cool. It's cool walking into fucking ruins and seeing the Dominions first time and going, what the fuck are these? But then that's already spoiled in episode 2 if you've been there. Like, there's a lot of wonder that comes with this game the first time you go to any area. And yeah, it depends. Like, is this mod for people like...
Scaling is nonsense as far as story is concerned, but it's possible... Room for it.
Yeah.
It's possible solution to make normal episode 2 the same difficulty as hard episode 1, and then make hard episode 1 even harder than it is now, so you can alternate episodes as you level. Yeah, I think that would still make sense.
Yeah.
It'd be dumb, but you can also make episode 2 required to unlock the next difficulty. I mean, that is a sense, but if you do that, then just, like, fucking, I've never played the game.
Yeah.
The way they handled episode 2, when they made this game, was, like, not handled well, in my opinion.
I think
they probably had to rush it because of, the crunch of normal companies and shit, so they could have put more time into it to balance it and actually playtest it, because I still have of the opinion that they didn't playtest the shit nearly as well as they could have, if at all. A lot of the things in this game feel like they were not tested in the slightest, and just they didn't try to make sure that it was player-friendly.
Yeah. If the episode 2 was just a step up from episode 1 in, everything but the already difficulty they did, but make the XP and every other value higher, then yeah, It would probably fix the entering ultimate level problem, because you would probably finish both episodes each run up, just because of the fact that they would help smooth into each other if they made episode 1 a little bit more difficult between each difficulty, I guess.
The Flame Temple is easier than Offline Caves, though. At least it's very close. Also, like a scale the enemies as a new player. Yes. You should not all play episode 2 because the monster copy costs are ruining the experience of seeing runes for the first time.
Yeah. Well, not that only that either.
I'm talking about the experienced players who want to have fun offline. Yeah, people like us.
But at the same time, if I'm not wrong, forces have a terrible time on normal mode in episode 2. They're
Oh yeah, I did back in my speedrunning days. I did an all bosses run, or no, I was doing a 25% run is what I called it, where I did all the missions of episode 1, getting the true endings and everything, or at least getting Soul Eater. I got all the I got one half of the side quest, and then I completed episode 1. I went into episode 2, 10 monomates, 10 dimates, 10 mono fluids, 10 di fluids, 10 tri fluids, going into beta ray, barda ray, barba ray. And as a level 24 force with a level 3 raw foe, I ran out of all fluids, and he didn't die. I used every single fluid, and then I waited to cast 5 more Rafoes with TP regeneration from a level 24 Fomar. Or Phonum, excuse me, Phonum. Just, I didn't have enough TP. I ended up quitting, rerunning the whole thing again, and just using my entire life savings to buy 10 Tri-Fluids.
Horses are extremely
and stacking up on monofluids and diafluids as well. And it took me fucking all of those fluids, every single one of them aside from like 3 Tri-Fluids, to kill the fucker at level 24. I didn't have any melee weapons because speedrun.
Well, it's not even I think from watching Diley doing his best to try to do an episode 2 speed run, it's just good luck even getting to Olga in normal mode. Forces just cannot do damage, and they're so frail compared to the damage numbers you're expected to be able to handle. Like, I've watched him try and get through a room with a Delbiter. It's not possible.
Just a friendly reminder that my first time through episode 2 was normal mode episode 2 with 2 level 80 Humars. Well, with an 84 Humar and a 92 Humar. With myself and my brother. Lucky Imperial.
Cool.
And yeah, against the Delbiters, we died. Yes, it was multiplayer, but it was still normal mode. And we died 2 Delbiters repeatedly. Episode 2 is not player friendly. Normal mode is not player friendly.
What if actually
I don't care if you're experienced on it, just doesn't matter. Non-experienced players going into episode 2 will give up unless they're willing to persevere and push through 8+ hours of playthrough of a single room.
What if...
And then they get to the boss and you can't fucking beat it.
What if normal mode Delbiter's Mega does work? That's what's killing you. And I would never know, because I've never fucking been to normal mode episode 2. It's
no, I'm pretty sure we kept dying. It was long. I can't guarantee anything, but I remember dying a lot to damage, because we'd get knocked down, and then we'd heal, and then we'd get knocked down again, and then we'd heal, and we'd get knocked down again, and then we'd be like, okay, we're just going to start running, and then we get knocked down again and just be dead.
Yeah.
We didn't do any damage to the Delbiters. In multiplayer, there's also the fact that there's more than just a Delbiter punching at you. There's multiple enemies in the room with you at the same time. I think it was like Sinnohs were still one-shotting us at that level somehow.
Yeah, I guess.
Multi-hit with a crit.
I guess it would
That being said, we were also Humars. We didn't have the best equipment ever. We didn't know about units and shit. We didn't have our mags fed right or nothing. We were kids. We didn't know what the fuck we were doing.
I guess it would make some sense, and it would also encourage people to do it. But if each episode had their progression separate, so you would have to beat episode 2 each time to unlock up to ultimate for that. But I don't know.
Also, I feel like that should have been how it been.
Yeah.
I don't think I hate that much if each episode locked its own difficulties.
I do and don't like it, again, for the sake of it is, like, normal and hard mode fucking episode 2 are just not worth going to ever. There's a couple of things, I guess if you want to fancy and stuff like that, but, like, that's it.
Well, good fancy, that's not really worth it unless you want to drop rate.
It's just so hard to convince myself that going to normal mode episode 2 is even something to do in the first place.
Fantasy start from the beginning.
You get less XP and more tiers.
It says actually thinks IS is partially bright stupid that beating normal foes. Oh yeah. The same thing we were just talking about.
Yeah, that's why I was wanting to.
Separating forces by both. Yeah, I don't think that'd be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, of the things that we've talked about is the most agreeable thing that I can go to. Like, yeah, having their own separate progression lines.
Ultra flow is a force that you transfer HP units from a character or grind areas. It's impossible past the HP text. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, to beat for my lowest level character, which was surprisingly my foe Neural, was my lowest level character in Ultimate at like 42, and I think it was 42. It was either 42 or 46. And the only reason I had her that early in Ult is because I didn't have God HPs. I had Dragon HPs because I didn't bother grinding for the God HPs. I just got a bunch of Dragon HPs and just got her to...
Yeah, I guess that's the biggest issue is that the bosses in this game are not skill checks, they're fucking stat checks.
Yeah, I know for hard mode, to be able to use the Dragon Frame that I wanted to use to be able to survive the HP check, I had to be level 43 to equip it. Yeah. And so in hard mode, just grinding to 43 in hard mode, oh, fucking boring.
It's...
Talk about playing the game. If you literally only care about hunts, then offline is a total waste of your time. Grinding TTF and 80, not the while to beat that. Fair enough. Actually, anything faster than TTF is experience stealing with mech guns. Or a shot if you're a ranger. Or needle, I suppose.
There is, but I'm saying that the issue is like from normal to hard mode, it is fun because going to each area, there is going to be a small upgrade to your equipment that, you know, gets you through playing the actual game. You will like cool. The first time you find, let's say, a birdies, or you get the basically the purple line of weapons, you'll find them in a very specific point late in hard mode, I believe, is when you start seeing the purple ones, right? Or no, that's the red ones. Sorry, the red ones. But like up to that point, but then once you get to very hard, you're gonna see from the red to the yellow ones near the end of that. But those don't cut it most of the time. I don't know. Just the progression of the game feels like it kind of hits a fucking wall once it hits V hard.
I genuinely think, like, if we really wanted to rebalance it, we'd have to bring some of the ultimate weapons down to V-Hard.
Yeah.
Say, like, Monkey King Bar. Make Monkey King Bar a V-Hard weapon, and then make the thing to turn into a Black King Bar in ultimate.
Yeah.
You don't need to lock it behind fucking online currency.
Yeah, I really hate I hate the items that you have to buy from Gallon not being their own props.
Figures to me.
It's
like artificially made those not item drops.
Yeah, they should be drops. They make them way more special, and you know it's against this game. I feel like this game's philosophy is you find everything. Everything you do in this game is to be found, and there's a couple of quest items, and those can't be found anywhere else. So, but locking Blue Black Stone and the Photon Booster and any of the other magical water and stuff like that in the Photon shop or a Gallon shop, it's weird because like those things should be both either findable and then bought for an extreme price in Paganini's thing. Yeah. Or not at all, Bob.
I've said the fundamental problem is the game isn't possible. Fundamental problem is that it is not possible to balance the game when ult is from level 80 to 200.
Yeah.
The game needs a minimum of 5 difficulty levels. It ult should be 80 to 120 or something, and then ludicrous from 120 to 200 maybe. Even 6 difficulties, you could have 120 to 600 and 160 to 200. Well, I agree with that. I agree. Extra difficulties would have made sense with the extra levels that they added to the game. Like level 100 being the cap in V-Hard for like V1 was still a little bit pushing it. Like even in V2, the fact that level 100 is the cap and it's just like a bit extra, because given the stats, I'm getting 1 attack power per level from level 90 to level 100. It's just like that's a waste of fucking stats. That's a waste of experience. But like that's just to cap you off. It makes sense.
I
don't know if it's going to continue growing that way since the enhancement pack version I'm playing on doesn't.
I don't disagree with that, but it could. Well, I guess a small fix is what I'm talking about. Is just literally making it more worth your time and very hard to bridge the weird gap that I feel most people have with getting from V hard to ultimate. You're either stuck finding nothing in V hard or struggling in ultimate at that point. And there's a weird small amount of progression you can make in V hard. Your equipment doesn't change much in V hard, I guess. I couldn't do that.
I made Ludicrous for people who want the end game to actually be fun, even though it does make the level 80 and level 120 very painful. The expectation is that you either transfer items or plan on to get help.
Yeah, I like.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair.
Yeah, I like the idea.
I know my playthrough isn't an ideal guide or something for people to watch. I'm doing it just for shits and giggles, for fun. I absolutely am already aware that I should have had a character already in Ultimate with decent gear to go into the ludicrous difficulty. But for a casual player, I don't know if they know that if they're unaware of things, or if they don't stream and have Ives in their ear every second of the day.
But essentially, I feel like there is a bit of a difficulty split in Ultimate between forest, caves, mines, VR Temple, and Spaceship is the first half of Ultimate, and Ruins, CCA, Tower, and Seabed is the second half, which can give you difficulty up until the my current level, but yeah, I would prefer all areas to be capable of having fun for all characters. Or hard as balls fucking forest would be hilariously fun.
Jonathan, sorry to answer your question so late, but yes, we're looking for SJS. And George doesn't know what Grandpa's talking about anymore. I don't worry, George. You don't need to know what Grandpa's talking about.
In the book.
In the broom. I don't know what that has to do with anything you're talking about, George. And you think Ives was on Sonic Team? If Ives was originally on the Sonic Team and has just been here guiding me astray, I wouldn't be surprised. Everyone else seems to do the same thing. Lie to me. Make it feel. Make it burn.
He's like, I've already been a god once. I'm just here for the whole aftermath.
I'm behind on the V2 stream progress. How's it going? Even if it's hard, you'll only eventually find out this is pretty easy. Yeah, that's what I've been constantly being told by, Blast, where he hates Ludicrous because it's easier than the original Ultimate in some cases by the time you get, Kronk at the end. But I'm able to handle the forest pretty easily now. I did find a chainsaw in the caves that has 45 native. So now I'm able to stupid easily take care of the forest, except for the times where I'll cast Jellin on an enemy, specifically a wolf, and it will crit me through Jellin and one-shot me, even though it should have been debuffs because it was the target the target I cast the spell at, and I didn't get in. There we go. All right. But yeah, my next thing to do is to try and find another Soul Banish that has some kind of A-Beast percent, so I can handle the caves a little bit better. Because I can also handle caves with the 15% A-Beast chainsaw that I found, but I would like to actually deal more damage to that. The other goal is to find another red handgun that actually does have percents, because the one I have right now does not have anything, and the only thing I use it for is the Devils. Soul Banish is pretty cool though.
No.
It's just a Soul Eater.
I was there for that stream where you were kind of making that breakthrough between forest and caves, and I'm just digging a fucking hole in Minecraft, which was kind of funny because I'm in a forest digging into a cave. But that progress is kind of fun where you don't necessarily get to just, I'm going to move on to the next area. You're like, no, I'm going to slowly break my way into the next area, and then once I'm done with here, I will slowly break my way into the next one after that. Which is
the thing about V2, just as it is right now, the ludicrous difficulty, is the percents on the weapon actually matter. So I have to get lucky to get percents on weapons good enough to handle the enemies at my current level. Of course, those percents won't really necessarily matter when I'm a higher level, or if I go back to V hard and get like another 200 power materials.
Yeah,
Like
because
I won't need the percents as badly. I'll
you're,
still want the percents, obviously, but I won't need them.
but it feels more satisfying having to grind, trying to find something that lets you get into the next area just based on like trying to deal damage rather than okay, finally my accuracy is high enough for me to consider going to mines.
Yeah, that's one thing I talked about actually on the stream. Is like that's what I enjoy about V2 right now, and especially on the enhanced difficulty. Just I like the fact that I don't have to worry about missing. Like it feels good. Like yes, sometimes I'll do 0 damage and they won't flinch anyways, but that's not really the game's fault at that point. That's just me trying to take on an enemy I shouldn't be trying to take on at that point. But like it's very fun to know that I've gotten my character to a strong enough point where I don't miss, and I can hit them consistently. And GameCube doesn't have that feature.
Yeah.
You'll never have that. You'll get a Humar to max ATA at fucking hard mode, just capped out completely, never miss, get to ultimate, and just never be able to hit anything ever again. But every area is just ult ruins. They're just the stat line of the ult ruins. That makes sense. I do gotta say, Ives, I am finding the Heavenly Battle unique. That increased attack speed is pretty fun, but there are certain enemies where it's physically not possible to full combo with the Heavenly Battle. Like, I wish I had God Battle Speed or the Devil Battle Speed. Like, my original vanilla V2 character has a Devil Battle and a God Battle specifically because there are certain enemies where I need different attack speeds in order to safely combo them with certain weapons. And I will switch them in and out depending on what enemy I'm fighting. Because it's just not safe. With Devil Battle, some enemies with the final heavy attack of a Double Saber or a normal Saber, you'll push enemies back, not far enough, and they'll just walk into you and just slap you. And God Battle is the same. Sometimes you'll combo too fast, and between the third and the second part of the combo and third part of the combo, you'll not flinch them, and it's very hard to stagger them out of it. And I'm running into the same problem with the Heavenly Battle Speed. There's just some attacks where it's just like, if I do the full combo, I just get slapped. And there's nothing I can do about it. That being said, I haven't tried every single weapon. In vanilla V2, Sega made ult into 2 difficulties, Force Caves into 1 difficulty, and Mines Ruins in a separate difficulty. And vanilla Force Caves straight up melts. I mean, yeah, my vanilla character definitely struggled in Forest and Caves for a little bit, and as soon as I found that, the Ancient Saber, as soon as I found that, I was able to handle the Forest pretty consistently. And I can handle the Caves all right. But my Ancient Saber doesn't have any percent. But, like, I'm still missing first attack normal attacks and third attack heavy attacks with that weapon. So I don't have necessarily the best ultimate mode ready weapon just yet.
All right. Another question is, what is the highest percent the best character for evasion should have to block an enemy? What's the highest percent they should get against the latest game enemies? Should they be able to block it all, or is there a percent that you think would be a fair percent for them to block?
My opinion is if people shouldn't be able to block the final area enemies at all, then why the fuck do we have evasion?
Yeah, it's
like there's a reason that stat exists. If we're making that stat pointless, then why do we have attack accuracy? Why should we be able to hit enemies at all?
Yeah, but it's just more leading into just the conversation itself of like, could it be balanced? I mean, like I was saying earlier, just kind of make the ATA of enemies be a lot more flat, so it's easier to control. Because when they're, when their ATA like spans hundreds of points or something like that, then it becomes impossible for you to be able to balance it.
And Ludicrous is easier than Vanilla, so you wouldn't really has plus. That's fair.
Honestly, I think I said earlier, I may have accidentally said 75, but I think Romarl, with her being the highest statted EVP, should, at best, if capped out on everything, be capable of blocking 50% of the time at level 200 with all of the evasion maxed out on equipment as well. And then every other character will, go down from there. But
you need to do time attacks with differently. With each battle, for example, a person must delay your attacks in order to flinch the Arlons. Attack is fast as possible, you won't flinch. It takes some getting used to for sure, but if you really dislike it, that's why Devil Battle has the original God Battle speeds. You don't. Yeah, the problem is I haven't found a Devil's Battle yet. I need to go back to V-Hard and look for another one. Because it took me, like 12 runs of V-Hard Ruins to find my first God Battle. I found 2 General Battles in that time to find that one God Battle. But yeah, no, I get that. I think I would prefer having the Devil Battle attack on. The God Battle speed is just kind of perfect for at least my current experience in V2. I know in GameCube, God Battles can just use me anywhere. Because I don't know why, but the enemies flinch differently in V2 versus V3. And the partisan animation, just having a different timing with Heavenly Battle, I don't recall ever using anything outside of a gun on Blue Burst, so I can't really say for sure if it is a problem in like a V3 type area.
also, I guess the difference from, like, let's say Seabed being capable of blocking 50%, like Ultimate Forest, you should be only still like the maximum you should be able to block is 90% instead of 100. Super early on, like it feels like you can.
Personally, love the Heavenly Battle attack speed. The game just flows better and feels way more snappy, in your opinion, especially with weapons that have uncool things like daggers and twists. No, that's absolutely fair. I get what you're saying. For sure, it definitely makes the game feel more snappy. It just, for the weapons that I have available to me at the moment, the Stag Cutlery I have, and then the Partisans, I definitely wasn't expecting the Partisans to attack faster than the enemies could flinch. So that was something I had to like readjust my attack timings for, and I think a God Battle would just be better for me for the way I time it. Of course, I don't have that problem with a sword versus a partisan, so if I only use chainsaws until I find a better sword, it won't matter in the long run. But I like the ability to use partisans. I like the partisan animations. I like the fact that the partisans that you have in the Handful Pack actually do damage. I'd like to use them. Because Soul Banish with just a huge sacrifice attack is great.
Actually, that'd be interesting.
Partisans are just that fast in H battle speed. Yeah, I never did H battle speed on Blue Burst outside of episode 4. I think the only thing I would ever use partisans for would have been those stupid lizards, and those guys flinch animation is like what, 2 frames? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. Partisans are amazing in V2. Yeah, I like the ability to use them. I like them. I just like the partisan animation better than the sword animation in general. I do love the sword animation in V2, that hop on the third attack that everyone I talk to about it, they fucking hate that. They're like, that's so dumb! And it's like, but it keeps you in place. And you can use it to dodge enemies because there's like a 1 pixel step back after you get up that prevents enemies from being able to hit you under the correct conditions. Of course, Heavenly Battle is not that correct condition, but with the Heavenly Battle speed, you just don't necessarily even last long enough in the animation to get hit in the first place. I like the sword animations, and I like the partisans. Partisan animation just always felt good to me, regardless of what game it was. Which is why I'm sad that they made partisans not useful in V3 at the end of the game. Given how long I've been playing it and how much of this game I've experienced up to this point now.
I guess my question, I guess, would be is like, yes, I've definitely been to areas and seen what it turns into, but when it only becomes the issue if you're too high level for a place. That's why I'm saying like leveling off the enemy ATA versus your EVP, just so that areas never become Romarl level 150 in a fucking forest and they can't get hit. So, not leveling it off.
When you leave, I can't pick up items. There's an HP material here, and I can't pick it up.
Well, you can wait.
No, genuinely, I physically can't pick up any item when you leave.
What?
Okay, why did it let me pick up that, but it won't let me pick up the HP material? Okay, now it lets me. There's a fucking, 40-minute delay. Jesus. I don't know how you can balance the AVP mechanic having a percentage chance to nullify enemy attacks in terrible idea in principle. Honestly, I think the way PSP2 handles it is pretty good. Block button. Yeah. I think evasion should just be a % chance just to not take damage at all, regardless. No block animation. You just dodge the attack. Easy. Just give yourself a block button with that too.
Yeah, it's weird. But it's a mechanic in the game, and I'd like it to have some play. But I think 50% is the highest that I think it's willing to be, useful without being egregious.
Yeah, but I think you're absolutely right. If you can't get it, if the percent is low, the mechanic it uses might not exist. I think it might as well not exist.
Yeah. Like,
the characters I play don't have enough evasion to even be worth it. The characters I will main at the end of the game won't have enough either. There's genuinely zero reason for me to even care about my evasion because it genuinely can't do anything like game anyways.
But, when you block, it feels so good, though.
Yeah, I can block with fucking defense as well.
Yeah, that's much rarer. And that's
really.
That's also when
it's not rare at all. I block with defense way more than I block with evasion ever.
That's also when you're over leveled as well.
Yeah, my point still stands.
But I think blocking within the range of 15 to 30% is healthy and isn't too useless and isn't too strong.
It's just like enemies having 100% luck or 100 luck when they're luck divided by fucking 2.
Crit's also another interesting thing. I think I've had the conversation already of uncapping the player on crit just to see what they can do with it. Because if you're dumping resources into that, you're losing out on other things.
Vision should just be a chance to reduce the damage, you nearly dodge but not quite, so total dodge is 0% damage. But usually takes a scratch, takes 1 to 50% damage.
Yeah,
I like the idea of that, honestly.
Yeah. As long as the evasion stat is being used, I don't mind. Just it needs to be used rather than just be a number and take up space on the fucking pause menu. But yeah, I don't know if that's possible to implement in the game. But yeah, it would be very interesting if instead it is just a percentage reduced.
I think that would just be a lot more interesting, because I don't need to block an attack. I just need to not die from the attack, right?
Yeah.
I think if that even worked on set damage, that'd be really good. But then again, I also have the mind that they should just remove set damage from the game. The set damage is fucking stupid.
I'm alright with some set damages.
It mitigates any kind of effort of the player to get stronger.
Yeah. I'm alright with some set damage in certain places because it does cause you to not become, you can never become too defenseful, and areas will always be a baseline difficult with set damage, but too many enemies have it. It is so much that it's invalidating. If 1 or 2 enemies have set damage, then you just have to be careful with those enemies.
Magic attacks already have kind of a set damage based on stats, obviously.
But you can do.
But we have resistances to kind of mitigate that. And that makes sense. That should be what the set damage is. You mitigate it with resistance, and attack power is mitigated with your defense stat. Like, those are already good enough now. They just don't add elemental attributes to certain attacks instead of just making them set damage.
The Gigu Bomb should be you should be able to either resist it with defense or fire resistance. Not just take
or
the
a combination
damage.
Of both.
Not just fucking take 800, like 900 damage from online Gigu Bomb.
I could see Giga Bombs being one of those set damage attacks that they wouldn't change, just because you can resist fire, yes, and you can resist impact, yes. You can't really resist explosions.
You could also just make it an insane number where even the highest defense person will still take 500 damage, but 500 is better than 900.
This area was meant to be done at level 200, so maybe that's why it does so much damage. A big problem with what Daily is doing is he will break the combat,
I think.
Combat, that's what he wrote. But break combat with vanilla PSO, which means Die PSO, the only playable with other Die PSO players, so you won't get much more attention from the RTR, since you can't play with 98%.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but Daily's thing was never intended for multiplayer. It was intended for offline single player.
It's supposed to be a single player experience.
Yeah, his entire focus is a single player experience, not multiplayer. RTR, I don't know how similar in a fashion that was designed for, if they were designing specifically for single player, or if they were intending for people to play it multiplayer at all times. I understand, though, there's that one specific ship on Regal.org.
I don't think RTR knew what they were doing in the first place, with what they even wanted with their goals. They just said, They were
a power fantasy that they just did whatever it feels like.
They wanted other people to validate them finding Ubers, so that they can mess around with them rather than having to, earn it like I am.
I don't know. The RTR, I wouldn't go online with that, really. Because, like, even the offline, you're like, full moral. Hits for fucking UCast levels of damage, level 200 UCast levels of damage, with her fucking Caduceus doing fucking 4 targets worth of damage with just heavy attacks.
Yeah.
Okay, Gibbles, choose your fucking health bar. You were at 0, you were at 100, you were at 50, you were at 75, you were at 12, 25. I don't know when it got damage canceled. I saw his health drop to 0, and then I do a normal attack, and his health goes back to full. And then you hit him again, and then I try to shoot him again, and he's at 25, and I don't kill him, and then you shoot him again, it's back to full. That doesn't make any sense. They registered him being less than full at some point, and he just kept refilling his health bar. Sorry,
I guess if we're talking specifically about a offline solo experience, then the want to finish both episode 1 and 2 per difficulty should be addressed, and it should level out the issue between very hard and ultimate's jump. If designed correctly, you would want to do both, and it wouldn't be an issue. And by the time you get to ultimate's ultimate. That's its own design philosophy, because it's 120 levels worth of bullshit, or 100, or whatever point you would normally get to ultimate by level. So it is weird. And then being able, I don't know. No, we already talked about the evasion situation. So
I'm just going online mode on purpose, but yeah, maybe probably isn't the right word. Maybe he can't do what he's trying to do without breaking combat. But a big limitation to keep in mind: how much of the game do you want to change if it means you'll have nobody to play with? That's fair. I know we talked to Dile a little bit about the multiplayer. I don't think we went really too much in depth about it. But like, I could see if he wanted to do stuff with multiplayer, he could work on like couch co-op related stuff, just like offline multiplayer.
Well, that's the other thing is, like, until I started playing with Carl, I had no intention of having any amount of interaction with other people playing online. Just, I like the ability to talk to people about this game, but for the most part, this is a me challenge. Carl and I have decided to link up and basically do do it together, but it wouldn't make a difference to me. Like, in that sense, it's like, if I had my own version of the game that was perfect, great. This game, it has so many different avenues of playing it. I appreciate that now I have a friend to do these things with. But I did not intend on going online as much as we have been this last year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When I first started restreaming PSO, I had fully intended on doing all my leveling and grinding offline single player. Like, I've said he had that online mission, I was like, oh, that's cool, and then I proceeded to never go online to do it ever. And then just the day I started streaming, he just popped in the channel like, hey, we should play together. I'm like, okay, sure, fine.
I
And
need it,
at
but
first, I was a little bit, to be honest, I was genuinely initially feeling like, I don't know, we'll test the waters, we'll see how it goes. And then it just stuck, and we've been doing this for so fucking long now.
but
And I am very thankful that you and I have very similar idea of how much we play this.
because I initially was like, I need crystals, and I I need crystals to finish off this bringer's rifle. This bringer's rifle is the whole reason I asked you, so I can continue to do this more consistently. And I didn't think it would take this fucking long still to get this guy.
Yeah, I know, right? Jonathan, I did answer the question, what, it's like almost an hour back now, or whenever you asked. We are looking for a J-Sword.
Yeah, but it's weird. I would really enjoy having a potentially perfect offline experience that takes you through the game, and the progression is how the game does up till the end of hard mode, but does that up until like into the mid portion of ultimate, then it leaves you off to do the things that you want to normally do in this game. The problem is, I think very hard in early ultimate have a break where it's just kind of like there's if you don't or do know what you're doing, both are still difficult to deal with. And a version of the game where even people who know what they're doing have something to do in very hard early ultimate to get them to the grindy portion of the game. I don't know. That would be fun. That would also have its own solo run ability and not have to worry about other people as well.
Yeah. Here's from an objective point of view for me. I know I'm not like the biggest content creator, but I know a lot of my content that I leave on YouTube and stuff, just my VODs alone, people do watch. I think Diley's mod would do good for me, because this is a game that I grew up basically playing by myself, because my brother and my one friend I used to play with it all the time quit playing it. My friend, because he got bored and then he just literally left, and now he's in prison for manslaughter, vehicular manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol. And my brother just grew out of it, and now he has a kid and he can't play games. So he can't spend the time leveling up a character and playing with me at the pace I want to play at. That being said, he's never been able to match my pace in games. That's why every World of Warcraft character he's ever had has been leveled by me. I literally went onto his account just to level his shit because I was done leveling my shit.
Okay, I'm gonna read what.
If I had someone I could do couch co-op with, I probably would do that a lot more often when Orcator is not available for sure. Because even without missions, the game's still fun. We'll say that Enhancement Pack is somewhat easier than Vanilla when it comes to S-Ranks. S-Ranks kind of suck in Vanilla since they can't have percent. They're okay in Forest, but you barely do them again in Heroes, so you had to buff on an Enhancement Pack. Every other run, really, really long fun, has a fucking 6 ad break. Yeah, there were 3 ads? I can't tell, I wasn't paying attention. So I don't even get to watch Diley's run. He gets through halfway through a mission, then I get fucking bombarded with ads for 3 minutes. This is why I don't watch Twitch.
Yeah, I deleted it from my phone, and every time I've logged into my account like recently, and then for some reason the next time I tried to log in, they wanted me to log in again. I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm so sick of this website. It's so.
I only log in because of my my Twitch Prime sub, which I give to someone. It's on a rotation between Vera, Diley, and Froob right now.
Okay, but. Yeah, I don't have Amazon, so like, if I did, maybe, but yeah, I don't.
I don't use Amazon. I've been considering deleting it, but then again, I'd have to like detach it from my Twitch then. I don't really feel like going through that headache. You probably set the ATP target too high, so the S ranks does negative. Does negate the need to find good percents to some extent, although 50% weapons will outdamage enhancement S ranks by far. I mean, that's kind of how it should be. The way that percents are handled in V2 are just...
Yeah. Weird.
They're very, very, very strong, and finding those percents feels very rewarding. So it makes sense to have percents on weapons still do more damage than the S ranks.
Yeah, I like the meta difference is very interesting between V2 and 3 because like I'm sitting here just like please give me zeros and everything on this fucking on this thing so I can do what I want with it. But in V2 you're just like you don't care what weapon comes your way so long as it has so much percentages that it can surpass the previous weapon, which is not a thing in this game, honestly. There's just better weapons, and it's pretty linear what is better in this game. There's a couple of muddy spots, but in V2 it is extremely muddy.
Yeah, in V2 you can't, for vanilla V2 at least, I don't think there's a way to add percents to weapons by default. Photon drops are added in V3, and that's what you can add percents to it. And I will say that adding percents is a neat concept, but like most weapons genuinely don't give a fuck. Mech guns with 100%, most mech guns literally don't do anything. Sure, great, wow, you have an extra 9 attack power. What a fucking blessing.
Yeah, do mech guns even do anything in V2?
With high percents, it's based on your total attack damage, so they would do huge damage. They would multiply. But the problem is, I haven't seen a mech gun that's actually usable in Ultimate, or at least in Ludicrous.
What color are you on you?
I do have a pair of Vi's that have 20% dark, and I use that on V-Hard Falls when I remember to pull them out of the bank, because I can one-cycle phase 3 falls if I hit with Zerg. I hit for 1100s on Zerg hits, on non-crits.
Yeah, I forgot. Percentages are bad on mechs in that V3 and insane on V2.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, I've been told, and I can correct me on this if I was told incorrectly, but percents on V2 max at total 60.
Yeah, you said it's lower than 100.
So 45% on that native is insane because if 60 is the max, I'm 15% off the max. It's like finding 85% in this game.
I don't know if it's the same.
Which is seemingly being able to do fairly frequently now.
I have no clue what the if it's a pool of 10,000 possibilities like it is in V3, and how many of those are capable of hitting the higher numbers and stuff. It could still be one at the 60 range. Damn, I fucked him up.
I missed my free shot.
Yeah, I while he was moving, I hit 2 demons and that fucked him up. Alright, after this I have P.
Wouldn't it make more sense for the V3 attributes to increase the final damage dealt rather than the effective V3? Yeah, I wish that the final damage dealt with percents was on total ATP rather than... I wish it was V2 way. Because, like, even with the enemies, like, reduced defenses and health thing, I think being rewarded for having high percents would be a cool thing. Maybe increase the defense a little bit so you're not absolutely overpowering enemies, or just do what Episode 2 does and just have a terrible chance of finding percents altogether. Strength to match 40% Imperial pick because that's sort of the baseline of very good weapon. It's easy to get 45, 50, 55. It's easy to get 45, 50, 55 is quite difficult to find in crazy OP. So you wanted S ranks to be under that, so percents are still valuable. But S ranks are useful too since they work in every area.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I will have to eventually go online and do challenge mode with someone. I do have my online functional now, finally. I did have people help walk me through it, so I can connect online on Dreamcast. I have been online one time so far with my Hue crabs. And I didn't realize that there were fucking 17 different football arenas. Soccer arenas, sorry for American people.
I don't know. S ranks they're weird. V3 they're overpowered. The ones that are overpowered are extremely overpowered, and the ones that are not overpowered aren't usable. So
I mean, as far as I'm aware, the S ranks in V2, you can't put any like specials on them, so they just have every special in a random order.
Yeah,
you can accidentally shift a D-band the boss to have like what is it, like 91, 96 shift a D-band. That's what I've been told. If I'm incorrect on that as well, then someone's fucking lying to me. Someone who's really played V2 their entire life definitely fucking lied to me.
The one thing I wish, I guess, you could because like the biggest reason why you get S ranks and why they're powerful are the ones that hit multiple things are unreduced on things that normally do not get that. But what do you get out of the single target weapons then? That's like they need something too that makes them unique. They usually the S ranks sit around, if not a little bit above or a little bit less than the best of that class in terms of ATP, and they're generally
there's no damage range.
There's no damage range, which is useful, but they generally sit slightly below the ATA of the best weapon of that class as well. So they are really solid weapons for, if you're the most unlucky bastard in the world and don't find anything, at least you are guaranteed a S rank capability, like item in your toolkit. But I think these single target weapons should also have like a special thing about them outside of just being solid.
Yeah, S rank weapons cleave.
No.
S rank guns pierce. Tom's launchers are the only thing that can pierce my heart. Vanilla V2 has no shop of any kind. You can't add percent or slots. You'll be stuck with your 4-slot vanilla Valiant frame forever. Even if I find my 1 in 10,000 aura field, it'll have 0 slots and you're fucked. Yeah. I already have a way to mitigate that since I found a guard wave with 3 slots. The first guard wave I found has 3 slots, so I'll take that. I don't need God power minus. I can take that off once I get to the level, or at least I hope so. The +4 attack power I get from the next 5 levels isn't going to make up for it, so I'm going to go back to V-Hard and get more materials. I've already capped my ATA at 171 from my ATA from hit materials. And honestly, I could probably take off my mag, or just refeed a new mag completely and just have Mind and POW, honestly. Once the Rappy drops the Magcell 502, I won't need to even use Nandin. Nandin's been a piece of shit to me this playthrough. No, G-Crabs and Nandin don't get along because my Nandin doesn't fucking proc ever.
Weirdly
I've got, 3 procs out of it entirely so far?
Weirdly enough, the perfect version of PSO, I believe, is somewhere between version 2, 3, and 4. 4 just having a bunch of abundant things that make make it a little bit easier to make useful items. And it's basically all version 4 is giving. But 2 and 3
version 4 would be specifically for the items. V3 for the entire experience, because V4 is V3.
I don't want any of the items of the version 4. I like the mechanics they brought in to allow you to buff your items and stuff like that. Like what we're doing with photon crystals, I believe that was introduced in episode 4.
Episode 4 introduced photon crystals, and to my knowledge, I think it was just hit percent to only NP part weapons, and that was it.
Well, that's what we're using it for. That's what we're using it for with so. Oh yeah, I guess they didn't add the ability for the soul banish and other things that are not capable, but melee inside was so good.
It is. It is so goddamn good. But ultimately, you can add both percent and slots in gear shop. Oh yeah, that's nice. I need just the photon points because crystals don't, photon drops don't exist. I've been meaning to get a chameleon scythe as well on V2. I'm gonna have to go through. It was suggested I go to do the specific mission in V-Hard to get the coins, to get enough coins to buy a chameleon scythe in Ultimate. Just because having TP regen of some kind is still going to be amazing. I will still put that on my Humar. Especially because I'll be casting Shift to Deep End Jones Lore a lot. In Vanilla BB, you pay 1 photon crystal to play back Black Paper's deal for a random chance to win Ubers that Sega is too lazy to fix the drop charts for. That's what it was. Yeah. That's what the crystals were for. But I also thought there was a way to add percent to weapons through some Montague side quest as well.
But yeah,
I thought it was vanilla, or at least I imagine it was vanilla because it's still in when I tried to go through it on Athenia, it was still in Japanese.
But version or
there was also that to add hit to enemy weapons. Okay, yeah, so it was the enemy hit to weapons as well as using a crystal to unlock Uber weapons because Sega was lazy.
Yeah, but giving basically certain weapons became possible or useful due to that mechanic. While also giving a little bit more leeway for, having good weapons in general only are guaranteed in some cases just through having those mechanics. And then what's it? Version 2, its philosophy on accuracy, I like it. Not missing's pretty good, and its sense of progression. And then version 3's drop table, I feel just like 0.9%, or not point, but yeah, 0.9 multiplier less on drop rates. And I think that it is just hard enough for people to, value getting the things that they get, but without it being as fucking as so annoying as it is right now. And DC version 2 is not at all worth the drop tables.
That's right.
Yeah. But the Ubers in this game just being ever so not 1.5 times like they have it on Shitser, but like just a little bit easier.
IC Studios at the raid. Welcome.
Hello.
Players deal as Monty, and you can pay people crystals to add increments of 10 up to 50, but it works like PSU. The higher percent goes the higher chance of failing to add percent gets. So getting above 30 hit takes a long time and many tries. And at least the weapons didn't break and get destroyed. Yeah, no, I fucking hate. I hate that in Universe. I'm glad Clementine, when I played it, did away with that, and instead of the weapon breaking, you just lost a max grind. But also, fuck Clementine's percent thing, because I did my grinds during an event that boosted the grind rate by 15%. So when my total grind chance was 115% chance to grind a weapon from 0 to 1, and I failed, fuck, I think they underfloated.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Thanks for bringing back a bit of rage and the fact that you could break your weapons in fucking Universe. Oh my god.
In vanilla PSU, I never fucking ground my weapons. It's genuinely 0 point.
Yeah, you could grind it like
the
2 or 3 times.
Are already stupid fucking hard to find. And then you could just lose them?
Well,
and the people who did find thousands of copies of them because they had like millions of hours in the game just fucking grounded them all and then sold them for insane amounts of money.
Well, I was talking vanilla PS2, where there are no fucking special weapons. The only good weapons you can find are the ones you can buy. Because rare weapons don't exist. There's a bunch of rare...
I'm glad that in PSP2i, and PSP2 is just the portable series of Universe, fix that. So grinds are guaranteed. You still have that stupid fucking bar that has like the chance of it failing. And it's like, is it going to fail? It's going to fail? No, it's guaranteed. It's guaranteed to succeed. I just wish they got rid of that fucking bar. There was zero reason to bring that back. God, that pissed me off to see that bar. But I'm glad it doesn't fail.
I'm trying to think of something that I actually... I'm trying to think of an actual compliment to PSU's offline vanilla. Thing does even say.
There's nothing. Story is trash. You had to play Ethan Weaver. You're stuck to a human.
Okay, no,
in vanilla PSU, you don't got anything special, because both Forces and Casts and Beasts, all three of those races had some unique thing you could do when you're free mode. Like Beasts had their transformation, Casts got their SUV weapons. Forces eventually also got SUV weapons, leaving humans with literally nothing. But playing outside of Cast and Beast was like useless because you didn't get anything special. Their stack roast was also worse.
Yeah, I'm just trying to basically think of custom mode. It's like, did I like anything from my time with that game? I'm trying to think.
The vanilla game. The vanilla game is not worth it.
I'm just
like the only reason you'd ever play the vanilla game is for the story.
Carl, I'm trying to think of being something positive. So, like, not
you
the
can't.
negative.
It's not positive.
Just for a second, I must have enjoyed something if I played it up to level 100. Something had to be enjoyed. I can't be an idiot, I swear.
We're all idiots. We're still playing this game.
No, this one's different. This was fun second to second.
You can keep telling yourself that, man, but it's still a grind.
This shit is not like that's why I've like that's why it's been annoying.
It's a different grind. It's a much more entertaining.
This grind specifically is a problem just because of the fact that there is no quest that is as efficient as the most boring ones by a mile. And then I gain too much XP from Twisted Towers, and even that is 5.5 minutes. So it's not much better. And that's not... It's not Ives' fault. for having there be 7 and then only what 3 more or 4 more for the rest of the or there's 10 on the first tower, and 7 of them happen in the first 5 minutes, and the other ones like taper off, and then there's only 8 in the second half. But I just wish. I mean, yes, we could probably be doing PW1, and you get like 12 there, but that is a lot slower. And it's hard to be consistent with that if we're going to be doing this for fucking hours on end.
Offline, PSUV 1 has the best music in the game.
I don't know. I like I like the fire and the ice one. I kind of like both of them, but they are very repetitive. I guess I will say I did. There it is. I think I finished that. I did like the area designs. As repetitive as some of them got, or some of them were unimpressive. So the ones that I did enjoy going to, I did like the atmosphere that I was in. That's the positive thing I will say. It's probably the only thing that kept me playing as long as I did.
That's fair.
The
area designs were pretty good.
The bosses were
not. The enemy designs, not so much.
Yeah, the enemy design and the boss the bosses don't exist. Yeah, because I do like the final mission up to the final boss, but it was not the best XP, because I think they had there was like 2 more missions past the final boss that you could go do, and those were much better for XP, so I never did that area as much as I'd like to, because I did like that area. It just wasn't lucrative for XP, so I didn't do it. But there's my positive about that game. I do find it very important to figure out why the fuck you play a game for as long as you do.
If you ask me why I've been playing PSO for as long as I have, I genuinely don't have a good answer. This is like I have never played another game that's unique like this one. That's all I can say.
Well, that's the one. That's the baseline why it continues. But every time I'm like, why are you still playing this game? Because I ain't found everything yet. Damn it! I weirdly
completed my goal of getting that Greeno card and getting Crafts at 200. I can quit playing this game tomorrow and be happy the rest of my life. Yeah, but yet you're still here looking, and I enjoy playing with you. That's why I'm here. I'm here for Rogagar. I'm here for the company.
I'm weird because like I would not have considered myself a 100% player. The fuck? You're gonna have to look at my screen for that one. But I have never really considered myself a 100% completionist, but at the same time, I've had this game most of my life, and I've been trying to, I guess, 100% this. So maybe I am, and I've just been taking time off of other games to finish this game. Do you see?
I'm trying to pull up your stream right now.
Okay, it's the third to last one, the front one that spawns in with the 3 wave. You froze him. He was not frozen. I've never.
The icicle is like in the spawn box. I've seen that before.
Wait, yeah, I don't. Yeah, maybe it was. It wasn't on screen for what I thought.
No, it's not on screen, but that's where it goes.
Yeah.
Because I've frozen someone at max range, and the icicle just hangs in the air right as they spawn, but their hitbox and model are on the floor.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Why am I able to hit this guy? That's the real thing I was confused about. It's weird. I'm very weird about the mags. I don't remember if they're actually called mags in the universe, but we will call them mags. But they're cool in the sense that you get to basically turn them into another character that comes along with you. But
yeah, no, those are not called mags. The mag units are actual weapons in the game.
Yeah,
So your Chat, your Savichi, your Pushan, your Nidra, All those will be. Well, they're not all in the game, but the ones that are in the game, like the Sato, or the Shato as it's called in the universe, or the Chat in PSO2.
But
They are weapons. The Sato, I believe, is specifically a force mag. So it's basically an offhand force weapon that you put techniques onto.
I just don't. If I remember correctly, there was not enough customization for your little helper that you could feed.
Yeah, there was the max level 200, and the only reason to feed it is for item creation.
Well, yeah, that he could get decently strong for to bring along as a partner, at least offline. Online, he probably
Sure.
completely falls off, but it's just more you couldn't visually customize it as much as it would have been nice to be able to.
That's fair.
But I remember it pulls its own weight offline, at least in on the missions that you can take him with.
I never brought my thing to a mission with me. At least not until PSP2i. I did it once in that, because you just start out with the version of the mag you want. I made mine a force because I was playing Hunter.
Oh yeah, that is true. Also, you can.
And then I turned it into a dragon, and apparently dragon is its own class. And it doesn't have techniques anymore. I'm like, oh fuck, I made my force into a fucking melee class. Whoops.
I remember the first. I actually do have memories. The first time I did bring it on a mission with me is there's a train area, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a train.
Yeah, that I think it's not the first, but probably one of the last levels that you do in there. I brought him with me. I was like, this guy does enough damage. Also, I think you can equip it with weapons from your inventory, so I could put S ranks on him, I think, or S rank, shop S ranks, I guess you want to call those. They're nowhere near. I would imagine they're nowhere near the actual like rare weapons in online.
Yeah, online, I think they would be the strongest weapons online. I think for offline, it was just like a taste of what strong gear is like.
Mm-hmm.
But for like the offline story mode or extra mode in vanilla PSU, I have no idea because I never actually brought the little partner with me.
It also just took forever fucking feeding his ass. Good.
Yeah, absolutely. Feeding takes forever, and it's not really for like a net positive type thing. Unless you're actively going on doing craft stuff, which Sega made it very difficult to do in online, if I recall correctly. Because Masetta was important, and Masetta didn't appear anywhere until stupid late, if I remember correctly.
I also think it would be interesting trying to get back into figuring out the minimum XP challenge. Because I think, if I'm not wrong, we did all the numbers for mines already. Then that would leave fucking trying to figure out ruins. Problem with the ruins, and there's a lot of them. And trying to get the perfect balance.
The Masochism XP challenge.
Say what?
Hey, Diley. Yeah, the Masochism XP challenge, the minimum XP challenge.
Well, you already finished the max XP challenge, so getting to level 2.
Not hard.
You get to level 200. That one just takes time.
Yeah. I mean, that's not maximum XP. I can get that number go higher.
Oh wait, I forgot it does actually keep counting your XP. I don't know why that never occurred to me. I've never had a level 200 character. It didn't cross my mind.
Yeah, I remember there was a guy in Affinia, Abe. He was competing for total max EXP with another player on the server, and like I think he had enough experience on his one character to hit 200 on like 5 characters. Just fucking insane. Like, why?
Is there like a cap? It's like 99 million.
Genuinely don't know. I imagine on Affinia it's different than console, but like if console has like an absolute cap, I could see it have a cap.
But actually, yeah, do you know that, Daily? Is there a cap for your XP total number? Does it go above 99 mil? What if you do that and you go back to level 1?
The cap is almost certainly 2 to 31 power minus 1 or 2 to 32 power minus 1.
Yeah, but okay, does the visual counter keep up with that? Does it like just have an invisible digit that goes on beyond it, or what is it?
That's a great question.
I'm more concerned about the display more than anything. Does it make room for another digit? I don't think it would. Does it overlap with the semicolon?
I don't know.
Generally, I don't think people, like the developers, would intend people to gain another 30, or what's it? I guess it's only 17 million, which sounds like a lot, but isn't really that much by the time you get to 200. But I would imagine they probably...
That's just the next level.
Yeah, well, actually 201.
Red Index is pretty generic, so it'd probably just start overlapping. Yeah.
Huh? I mean, we could probably... Any of the people sitting out in the fucking lobby who we've seen being level 200 forever, we could probably ask them. They'd be like, oh yeah, it's like this.
Although it might have a defined boundary box.
Yeah, probably have to ask, like...
The number just starts shrinking.
Probably have to see, like, ask Kayak if he, what, like, his character. I know he's been level 200 forever. I think Phoenix also has a character that's been level 200 for a long time. Just curious as to what it does. Because that could be another thing that I could say I need to do with this character, is maybe if it stops displaying the count at 999 million, then hey, that's another 17 million XP I can sink into doing this.
Arbitrarily pushing the goalpost further. Yeah, let me just cap out the total XP he can gain too.
It's just...
Still don't have SJS, just giving XP indefinitely.
Yeah, I know. I've already been like, man, but I would also prefer not to make another Skyly Romar just to do this.
Romar then.
It's... You gotta think of the in terms of the fact that losing out on 8 ATA does end up losing out on a lot of time. Over time. Because over a long period
So, more reason to keep playing the game then. Because the longer it takes you to get it, the more you're playing.
Yeah, the issue though is that I'm also doing other things at the same time, and I would prefer not to get everything else done first. Which I doubt it will, but there's a world where I get so unlucky where this happens last, and I have to do 23,000 kills with no hunt to do. But it would take incredibly being unlucky, because there's always, like, I don't know if I'm going to hunt all the 30 with level 30 tech discs, but, you know, there could be that world where when I have, like, 2 items left and the rest of my characters aren't level 200, I just send them off to do level 30 tech disc hunts. Or I could just, you know, get the Sealed J sword now and not worry about any of that stuff. Oh, yeah, we were actually for a good portion of this stream, what we were talking about with rebalancing, like the whole very hard to ultimate stage. I think it might be good enough just to fix very hard's weird progression, and the beginning of ultimate might not be that bad. But I wanted to get I did read everything you said, but I don't remember what I read anymore, because I read that as soon as I got home. And I was rushing to try and do some other things. But yeah, early ultimate may not need to be fixed nearly as much if very hard was a better ramping point onto ultimate. And then I think still the end game of ultimate evasion does need to be addressed, but the middle is not too bad.
Come here so you can only shitpost. Alright, Diley.
Wait, what? Oh. Darn.
He says it's dinner time, so
Yeah.
he can have a shit poster.
Did we ask how his run was?
I mean, the run's not over yet. I'm assuming that really, really long time I'm just doing a rerun.
Oh, okay.
He can't do.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah, because he showed up and it was like if he was still doing a run, he was only an hour in when I closed off of it, when all the ads started showing up.
Yeah, does he
Unless his run got canceled. Daily, Ives posted to us a really, really long-a-thon thing you did for lore. And I didn't know if it was live or if it was a rerun live.
Yeah.
The really, really lore-a-thon. You were doing what? Solier Kills Falls run. really long-a-thon lore was like 3-4 years ago. So it is a rerun.
Damn.
Yeah, I stopped watching Twitch, so I did not cut up with really, really long-a-thon shit.
What is I don't even remember what the basis of that channel / stream is.
Right, Katos, I think, that card game that takes 2 real-world weeks to unlock the shampoo.
What?
Yeah. You need to have your system turned on for a total of 2 real-world weeks in order to unlock that special item.
In what game?
Right, Katos. I don't think I'm pronouncing it right. I don't actually remember, but there's I've never played it, but people apparently really like it.
Yeah.
And I've never actually watched the marathon, but the marathon, if I recall correctly, initially popped up around that, because he would just like have other people do their runs in the middle of him taking a break and just having his game idle in the corner of the screen.
There's another game, I can't remember what it's called, but like you were like underground, and it takes like 1,000 hours for you to be able to finish the game, because like there's some timer going on that you have to do something about, or nothing about, but like the game is very slow. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, it takes an insane amount of time. But there's a speed run for it, because there is a way where you can kind of eke out a little bit of time out of it, because I don't remember what mechanic they were using, but it makes the game run slightly faster. So it's
really Long-a-thon is just about being a speedrun event from any game, especially ones that are ridiculously too long to fit other events. The main event is a month long in December. Yeah, I remember just like that popping up, but I remember initially some guy was just doing the full speedrun, 100% of the Bite. I think it was Bite and Kakos. And the game had one specific item called shampoo that you need the game to be like turned on for 2 real-world weeks. And because of that, he would just have other people do their runs around his run. And I remember after he did his first attempt with that, he did it again at some point. And then after that, I remember the really, really long-a-thon being a thing. Hibathon ran by 10 Katos 100% during really, really long-a-thon idled in the background. Okay, so it was just the really, really long-a-thon and not his thing. I might have been wrong about that then. Yeah, his event, but that's probably where he got his exposure. That makes sense, yeah. All I remember is I saw that, and I wasn't sure if it was like the really, really long-a-thon channel or that guy's channel. That's all I remember, because it was a really, really long time ago. How's that extra gelling coming along with that guy? I figured since I have my fajita with me, I can just do that.
I don't think it's worth it on the Ilgil that you're talking about.
Just the Ilgil?
I don't think it's worth it.
It seems to make it more consistent, at least.
What, me getting the demons?
No, killing him.
Well, I only need to hit...
a lot of the time,
my
you
problem,
get a demon's proc, and then you heavy attack, and it takes like almost 2 full combos for him to die.
It's because I'm dumb and keep forgetting, and I'm trying to fight it like it's offline every time. And all I need to do is, I think I need to hit it with 4 heavies, and I keep doing normal heavy, which doesn't help.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't help.
It's my fault. I'll just leave it at that.
I don't want to play fingers, but if you insist.
No one's finger that is pointed at me can be any bigger than my own. Perspective-wise, at least.
I don't know.
Pretty sure if Shaq was pointing his finger at me from even 5 feet away, it'd be bigger. I've never met a giant person before. I think it'd be interesting. I don't leave the house very often. I mean, I leave it often, just never. I go to the fucking same place every time. I've never really gone to any events where I would run into fucking big ass people.
I've said he would be right back. It's been over 20 minutes. Ives, where are you?
I was pretty
I'm
sure.
serious that as soon as Ives left, Diley showed up.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen them in the same room before. But,
Genuinely.
no, I don't know. I got the sense of that BRB being the same as George. I gotta take a shower.
Fair enough.
It's easy to say,
Oh,
"Oh,
dogs.
be right back." Just say bye. He has before, so I guess just say you're gonna be gone for a minute. BRB literally means I'm going pee or I'm gonna go getting a snack or something and get back to the computer. When will people use correct phrasing and correct things for what they mean? I can't believe it.
LOL.
I can't believe it.
Laughing internally. LOL. I can tell you, you're going to be very disappointed with the caliber if you're into writing.
Well, it's already spoiled enough that you weren't going for it. What though? What? Oh, I guess it's from last time. I was like, well, I have a caliber of 30 hit in my inventory.
Oh yeah, we've seen 2 of those. I didn't look at either of them.
That was from, I think, yesterday's stream. I did not go back to the bank. I'm so irritated I side quit. No, yes.
You were doing nothing yesterday.
Yesterday's photon drop really got to me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, like it took the wind out of. I was mad after the stream too. Like it was just like, man, that was it. That was cinematically the perfect spot for it to drop, and it fucking didn't. That's it. But like, just it would have been cinema. It would have been a great clip. Just us talking about, man, if this thing would just drop and then interrupted me.
Oh. That's all it was. It was like, oh. That's like a very disappointing climax. The build-up, and the disappointment.
And that's
The post-photon drop clarity.
every one of those is just, man, I really wish photon drops weren't in the game.
Play
like-
too, they aren't.
It's fucking annoying because like every time I'm like, man, I'm glad they're in the game because at least it gets you, you know, it pulls you along a little bit. It gets you a little more excited. There's the chance, and like there's the chance of the chance, but then like at the same time you could just be like, man, it is disappointing and soul crushing would be for nothing to happen for 100+ hours. At least when you did see it, it was guaranteed. That'd be nice. It's just hard to. I mean, yeah, I guess I went a week without seeing one, so that was the feeling.
Where are your photon drops? You abandoned me. I trusted you. No, in all seriousness, I imagine B2 is a little bit worse in some aspects because no photon drops. Yeah, no red boxing at all. But if the enemy prioritizes dropping weapons and you're looking for the enemy as a weapon, you have so many fucking orange boxes to look out for.
Mm-hmm.
prefer drop as a weapon, and the weapon you're looking for drops off that guy. Every barista I've seen from a Bartle has been very frustrating, because they could have been a red handgun!
There are no red boxes in V2?
Yeah, V2 has no red boxes. Red boxes weren't introduced to V2.
It was honestly, that is the greatest contribution to V3, and there's a lot of other things that I could like sound facetious, but like the color of red that they chose for the rare box in this game is unrivaled when it comes to rare objects. There's something about the deep crimson red that they chose that just
that's why they continued to use it in games beyond this.
Yeah. Well, they upped the, like in what's it, Universe? It's like a light red, and it has a weird border of white in PSO2 and in GS. Like it's not the same.
Fair enough. It still has the crimson like light glowing off of it vertically, and then before it gets like sucked into your character.
But
and
it's not.
And then New Genesis, just we don't talk about it.
It's not as red as this game.
Yeah, and then the red boxes in episode 3, they're not as pretty because they're pretty flat.
There is nothing red, unfortunately. But yeah, it'd be exciting though if when you opened a pack in V3, there was like if you did get something rare, a red card would come out of the pack. Or a redder card if you chose the red pack.
Yeah.
But it's or bullets came from a different direction.
Yeah, I pulled it on my guns because I can't see the guy back, so.
It came from my left.
On your left.
Don't see it. On your left.
Drop instantly before I turned away.
No, I hate this duality that I know for certain that you were feeling of. Like, you wanted to get green on card before you hit 200. But at the same time, you're so close to 200, you want to see it. And it's getting there. I'm like, man, I would, like, the most optimal thing for me to do is let you get final hit on everything so I, get less XP. But at the same time, I'm 1.5 million away from the next level, and that will be a very slow. Oh, wait, wow. That was, I guess I checked that a while ago. I'm already at 1.3 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will definitely enjoy the slowing down of this game after this one. Going back to a normal relationship. As normal as it'll be. It's 30 minutes in the morning, still weird for a game. I guess mobile games, a lot of people fucking do that shit for 5 to 10, 15 minutes. So.
Yeah.
This is my mobile game. Very not mobile. I don't know if the game is okay. I really don't know if the game is canceled me or not.
He's promised I didn't spoil that for you.
Good. Or I'll always listen to the first thing I tell you, never listen to the second. That'd be a weird game to play. That'd be a hard one to, like, listen to instructions, only ever, listen to the first instruction I give you on any specific subject, and then ignore everyone after that. If it pertains to this...
It'd be like one of those tests where it's just like, read the instructions. The instructions say, sign your name and turn the quest in. And test it. Or finish the final question on the back and then turn it in. And then everyone else just yelling and jumping and leaping and it's like, no one's following instructions. Okay, he just didn't want to get frozen again. Okay, I believe you.
Insane caffeine bug right now, but oops. Meant to be on my mech gun, but it didn't matter. Bringer's rifle said nom nom nom, give me.
No. Okay, cool.
I guess, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, if we do both move to a, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, then we only have 2 days to really play. Then that means we only have we already have the, the things we want to do, which is Regier card and Yellow Buzz card hunt, so we don't really need a third one.
Don't need to think about another one until we actually get it.
Yeah, I'm just more like thinking, because like right now we do like 2.5 streams basically. Depends on what's going on. But Sunday, Monday, Tuesday type stuff. So I was thinking, it's like, okay, well, we already decided that we would be fine doing Verdia card in mind. But we just need to focus on Yellow Bows and Rodrigo. I sure do hope we get a Zomba with hit before we see a Yellow Bows card, or else it's going to be a lot harder to feel like we want to be there.
Yeah, for sure. I know the Zomba you gave me, I immediately went with it to try and do Yellow Bows to get another flowing sword, which I did find another one, just no hit.
Uh-oh. This should be fine.
Wonder how long it would take on Skylight, right? John, what are you referring to? The SJS Hunt that we're doing now? Or are you referring to the stuff we were just talking about? Once again, I have no idea how long your delay is. It was like 5 to 10 minutes previously.
Yeah. CLJ Sword is only this. This is the hunt. The fastest means that we're showing off the fastest means of hunting this weapon. There might be
it'd be faster if you were doing solo with a frozen shooter, but I am a frozen shooter, so.
I don't. I don't think it would be faster. Because
Really?
I'm only missing out on a second from you loading in, and that's the only, and then the 2 or 3 seconds if I do this optimally, and then not having to
But
switch
yeah,
back.
it's on Skyline, the JSword to Skyline exclusive.
Yeah, not having to switch back and forth between weapons. I think the overall time save of having one more person to freeze everything while I do that. I think this is fast. Um, if you have been on my channel, I have a timer. And that's not the whole of it. I probably have like 20 to 30 hours solo just this month. Just this month off stream, probably put in 20, 30 extra hours, but I'm already at 107 hours right now. Not to mention the potential other 150 hours I've already done before this month. This shit sucks. It could take. How did we? The fuck? How did we? I almost hit him with a bunch of demons if we killed him without the rest of the shit then. I think he's alright. Nothing went wrong.
Yeah, the last time we killed him before I froze him was because I hit him with a normal attack. Like, you hit him first, you hit all your demons, and then I hit him with the first sugar attack. You like this channel? You like my channel? Oh, thank you. See, Burger Guard, no one likes your channel.
Yeah, I
no
know.
one wants to see your grind. They
Yeah.
only want to see me help you with it. No one wants to see someone actually get the item, they just want to see someone ninja it. I mean...
No, my channel's more... I really am just doing it for I guess the fact that I can at least archive it and have video proof. This is the only one it'd be really nice to see get the video of getting this. The other ones are okay. Maybe getting gold would be nice. Getting this and Heaven Punisher are the only three I really care to. Would be nice to have on camera, but everything else is up. Oh, cool! I got this. I mean, yes, getting red Jira card and green card, of course, is also just for the sake of their prestigiousness, difficulty of getting them. But I have a feeling it will be guaranteed we get the red Jira card on camera because that's the only time we do it.
Who's ever gotten one? If you're referring to the cards, the only person to get a Greenel card that I'm aware of is myself and Rogerdorf. Spirit there as well, and the Spirit saw it drop. But you actually have the physical card. I saw it drop, which is on my requirement to actually seeing the item.
Or if you're talking about SJS, Carl has one, and many other people who've played this game for a long time have one. I'm kind of behind on the getting in on the club. For the number of hours I've played, and especially putting into this, I am unlucky and very behind.
That really, really long-a-thon 2 run I commented was stuck.
Oh yeah, okay, that's
cool. I remember I did that a long time ago. That was fun. I believe I said it at the beginning of the stream when I just pointed out that there was a lore-a-thon thing going on with the really, really long-a-thon. But, I think I said I would totally down to be a commentator for more like PSO speedrun stuff. It's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, but like
even if it's not all about the speedrun, there's a lot to talk about. Just like with the game casually, the things that exist,
but
access to get into the game casually.
Specifically,
Ives' special quest that emulates perfect RNG for people that want to PSO practice speedruns.
But specifically, Redria and Greenel card, I think Carl and my Greenel card is the only footage of
Your Greenel card.
I call it both of ours, but legitimate footage of having the vanilla drop rate happen for it.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of people that have gotten other color ID cards, but the Greenel card and by extension the Redria card as well, with that fucking drop rate. And where it drops, I don't think people are going to get it legitimately.
I mean, it's going to fill a lot of fucking... There's probably room for an entire channel to have 2,000 episodes of trying to go for that 4 hours at a time. And still not getting it on offline vanilla. You know, there's gonna.
Offline vanilla is going to be really not possible, just because if you're not playing with a patched version of the game, just
I mean,
glitches.
it is possible. It's just really unlikely.
Yeah, 3 sorcerers every 15 minutes, which is the fastest I could run.
Yeah, Ramar and Ramar kind of run everything the fastest when it comes to offline. So I think Ramar beats her out just by a little bit because the actual ATP growth for Ramar is better than the shifted growth from 15 to 20, and also Ramar does for a while is capable of using Mila Eula to get the 20 anyway.
Do you still want to do challenge modes?
Someday. Someday we'll actually... Well, we kind of replaced it with doing offline-online C mode. Or online-offline C mode, sorry. So that
we still need to go through episode 2 to get the episode 2 streaming rewards.
I don't wanna.
Not right now. I'm not
I know, right, but like, I don't know when I'm gonna want... Because like, at this point, I already fucking switched over these mech guns to Demon, which I really didn't think I'd ever do, and it pissed me off that I did it. Spent 50 just to do it, but I guess it has paid for itself in the sense that I've already gotten probably 25 photon drops since I did that, and the fact that it's still going and it's been useful for this quest. So I just would like. It's just I guess I have all of the best S ranks now, and all I'd be getting by this point is all a bunch of shitty ones.
No, I mean, if we're doing the offline C mode through thing, we need to do the episode 2, and that would just yield the offline rewards for episode 2. Which, that being said, we do need to get those gimmick weapons eventually.
Well, aren't those is it the same pool from episode 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
But like, there's still more we haven't gotten. We haven't gotten the broom. You haven't gotten the Harrison Battlefront Crazy Tune or Samba Maracas.
Well, I'm not necessarily.
If you want to collect all of them, we have to do those.
But I'm not necessarily concerned with getting like so long as I've done that once. I'm not exactly concerned with getting all of them vanilla in a vanilla way. Like if there's secondary ways of getting them that feel all right, then I might go that route. But
okay, but yeah,
I know we need the
there's only one way to obtain those.
We need the A. We need the A and B rank shields. That's the main thing.
Yeah, but it's gonna suck ass because we're gonna have to beat episode 2 C mode, and then we're gonna have to beat episode 2 C mode again.
Well, we could do what we did last time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we beat it, we'd have to have a saved file, and we'd have to beat just one area twice.
Brother, oh my God, that was the 1/4 and the crit. Get away from me.
Couldn't shoot him fast enough.
This guy's a fucking menace.
Why did you walk up to him this time?
Oh my God, why am I on the wrong weapon? There, holy shit.
I got.
Well, I didn't assume that I got knocked over already, and then by the time I got back up, he was already unfrozen and capable of doing that shit. What the hell?
Yeah, I tried to shoot him, but missed the shot. The timing was slightly off.
Anyway, back to fucking reality. I need to escape all now. Yikes.
Oh, that Moon Analyzer didn't get you in time?
I don't think it did. Oh, I actually forgot. My escape goes in the middle of my garbage, so I might have it. No, you didn't get me on time.
Damn. It's not mine! Spawn into that.
He said,
Any of our idiots online.
I'm tired of this.
What beef? Someone said my name and I fucking left. The Potato Queen said foot beef. I don't know what they're gonna say after that.
And it's one less item in my inventory. Or in my bank is escape doll.
Nice.
I just feed my mag now. Should I bed twice? Oh yeah, because stay
I think you have an HP material in your inventory.
Wait, did I? Wait, what?
You have an
What the?
HP
Oh,
material.
it's from I guess the first run. Oh wow, there's actually quite a bit. Kind of forgot that I collect these. So is he done yet, or are you still working on
No,
it?
Puppy still needs a couple. I don't know how many a couple is, but I still need some. I'll let you know when he's full. At this moment, he's still not done.
No, I guess the real my only it's always my biggest issue with C mode is offline. Of course, the rewards are there's only one thing that's worth a reward, and that's because we have online capability of putting hit on us chameleon side. But online is a roulette of how much time you're willing to put into it, because someone could keep fucking disconnecting in the last stage or something like that, or you just cannot get past a certain part. Someone dies at a really bad time, and the next time you DC in the same fucking same quest, and it's just if there was guaranteed no DC, holy crap, I would be I probably would like doing C mode outside of the rewards, but the fact that you can DC just really, really irritates me, because the only thing you get out of it, I guess, in my small brain, is the fact that is the reward at the end. So, but if I'm not guaranteed the reward at the end, then it's hard to have fun.
I know a lot of people like, some people like the people we played with. Shit, just like we're tired of the normal gameplay loop, so we're done.
Yeah.
But like, they can use those weapons because they don't play the vanilla game.
That's been the nice thing, though. We end up with people who carry us and then just drop the fucking S ranks. I'm like, holy shit. That speeds things up by a lot. Instead of me having to do fucking C mode 30 times, I would probably do it like 10 times overall.
Or where do you get the end of all other challenges? It's a great question. I don't know. Something really isn't a challenge per se. It's just a mode.
Yeah. At least, for the most part, like when the thing that I'm looking for drops in this sense, there's a very, very low chance I don't get it, because it'd be very unfortunate if we both DC. Go away, see unlikely. Let me answer it just in case. I gotta find another number to block. I can keep going, me. Oops. I get an item at the end of doing this very repetitive challenge, but this item is, well, I was thinking it was worth it. I'm not sure how, like, it depends on how long this takes and whether it was fucking worth it or not. I don't know. Not many other games have like a weird alternate challenge run thing that gives you actually busted weapons like this game does.
Borderlands challenge of like the collection or whatever the hell they call it, where they just go around collecting every rare item. At the end of that, it's a charity marathon. Charity gets a bunch of money.
Yeah.
But that's real world stuff. We don't care about real world stuff. We want in-game items.
I have a feeling the thing that like he's basically poking me about the fact that I'm doing the like fucking doing this, but I'm talking about C mode as if it's like, man, the reward is the only thing that matters. It's like I do enjoy C mode. The problem is I don't want to do something. I cannot stand doing something twice, let alone 3 times. If it if it is, I don't know, it's weird. Because like if I
That speedrunning mentality.
if it was extremely consistent, not having anyone DC and being able to play 3 to 4 people all the time, then it would be fun to be able to at least go, okay, now I care about my times, but it's hard to care when you have to go back and do something again, and you basically overwrote the previous one. Like no one would want to play or speed run this game if there was just a chance the game crashed every 30 minutes.
You don't know that.
No,
There's plenty of people who keep playing games and speedrunning things that just have a chance for the game to not function.
Those aren't very popular games, I would imagine. I mean, this one isn't,
Still
but
do.
it's just like I don't.
It's weird how not popular PSO is, but like everyone seems to do it. Your game seems to crash 80% of the time at the end of caves. You don't know what it is. I've never seen PSO crash.
Yeah,
outside of being online or actively going out of your way to crash it with a glitch.
I mean, yeah,
That's
you do. You does have to play it on vanilla hardware and stuff. So there's the GameCube itself is prone to doing so. Unless I don't know. Do you have to play on GameCube or can you play on Wii for speedruns?
You can play Wii as long as you're on console. I mean, I'm assuming you can still play emulator too, since they're separated. Since the categories were separated at some point.
But there is very strange circumstances of this game crashing. I haven't had it happen outside. Yeah, I have not had an offline crash. But
Just have to mark it as emulator. Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's still a way to separate it from like other things. So it was a little weird to limit. Like I was always a little back when I was the moderator. I didn't know how to feel about it. I was conflicted. It was just like, yeah, we want people to use original hardware because emulators have slight unfair advantage. But like at one point, is it just how hard is it when you get this game versus easy access to an emulator?
Yeah. It's also harder to validate whether a run has been cheated or not if emulators are pulled in.
Yeah, and my favorite thing is when there was a speedrunner that was trying to get into PSO, and he decided to just make his own Blueburst server and only play it single player, and then I argued with him about it, and it was just like it was a community decision that people should be playing on original hardware at most points, and I didn't really have a good way to talk to him about it. He's like, well, that's fucking stupid. But then again, this guy was also known to hack Melee and say it's completely fine for the speedrun. It's easier just to mod the game so I can get a run to give me perfect RNG every single time. Like that was like, what?
Yeah, it's just like if you're not willing to go through with the game's RNG to start a run, then it is not a speed run that you should be into.
Sounds like he'd like Ives Quest, yes, and then you'd also submit Ives Quest as the real game.
Yeah. It's just, it's insanely stupid to. It's like, yes, I can understand where, like, in a world, you're like, man, this would be the perfect speedrun game for me if this part of the game's RNG wasn't a factor. Then it'd be like, there's nothing else like it, but at the same time, you just gotta accept it, and that no one else will accept that you're on the leaderboard, because that's not the game. That is a false creation of the game that you like. Also,
15-hit Dragon Slayer.
A 15-hit Dragon Slayer, crazy. But no, I would imagine both you, Daily, and or all three, you, Daily, and Vera probably would not have ran this game at all or nearly as much if the game just happened to crash every once in a while. More like a 1/4 chance every time you get to a certain point. That would suck.
I definitely played through the the Samurai Jack Shadows of Aku game on stream the one time. I just did a random ass playthrough of it, and that game had like a fucking 30% chance to crash every saving screen.
But at the same time, does that game have like huge RNG points like this one does when it comes to just having patterns in areas?
Probably not.
Yeah, because like that would be the biggest problem is like if you got the perfect run up to that point and it crashed, then you're just like, it's not my fault. There's no skill that I could have like done that would have made the game not do that. Now, maybe yes, maybe it could be found out that there is a way to avoid the crash by doing specific things, but like, it still wouldn't be cool.
Yeah, they're just things.
Yeah, I know anyone could
People
speed run whatever they want, but if you want your shit actually, verified on a leaderboard, it needs to be what the community wants it to, like, has agreed upon. I don't know if that was talking in sense of what I was talking about with the person who wanted to cheat, or what we're talking about now is that I don't think it depends on the game. But if the game consistently has a chance of crashing, there's a very high chance that people would avoid that game, or at least
a lot of people speedrun not to be on a leaderboard.
Yeah,
that's true. Some of the games I've done like little speedruns on, I've never submitted, and I had fun with them and tried to improve my own time.
But yeah,
didn't feel like submitting to a leaderboard.
I'm fully in agreement. You can speed run and have fun with the game how you want to, just so long as you don't expect other people to respect altered games.
I'm trying to remember the argument of that one guy who made his own Bluebird server to do like glitchless runs. His excuse is like, it's so easy to make your own server. All you do is launch the exe. And it's like, well, good for you. I don't know exactly. That doesn't sound right to me, but okay. Can you just launch the exe of Blueburst and go to an offline mode? I don't think so. You still have to go to the server to load up a lobby, right?
Well, he could start his own leaderboard of what's a Blueburst solo speed run, but don't know how being on your own server would constitute me unless that was the normal thing to do. But I don't think it was.
Yeah, no, it was not back in that time. Your own server just seems kind of sketch. You can't play the game if you just launch the exe, or you have to. Like, yeah, okay. I'll interpret that in a way that's probably unintentional.
No, yeah, I think the can't was for you can't just do what the fuck he was saying you could. Yeah, I don't think you could just click the exe and have your own server going. I don't think that's how that works.
That's generally what the guy said. That's what he said he did, is he just launched the exe and started playing offline on Blueburst. And it was Blueburst because at the title screen it said Phantasy Star Online Blueburst. Mm-hmm. And he had the bar on the bottom of the screen. It's like...
but just blowing from stupid town.
I don't think I could be a good moderator. I don't want to have to confront people. People are stupid and it's terrible.
I would have the simplest lines of text for the rules for the speedrun that they're doing, and anytime they would submit something wrong, you just post it again, copy pasta that shit. Like, what's wrong? And you just highlight the thing that they did wrong. What do you mean? What do you mean? It specifically says I can't alter the game. What do you mean it has to be this version of the game? I want to play this version. But no, my own hang-up not being able to, not liking the fact that there's a chance that just the time I put into C mode can just be fucking whisked away and have to start over. Not completely over, but each mission eventually ends up being about an hour. And I have been carving a lot of time out to be able to do this stuff every day, but I would like to get this time back to do other things. I planned for this month to be hell. And every time I fucking walk into this planned month of mental destruction. I always think at the beginning, I'm like, for sure this time. There's no way it'll do it to me a third time, right? That's what I thought the last time, too. We're not done yet. Oh, we're not done yet. We got fucking 40 minutes until we're done today, and fucking like 4 more days until it's all over.
And unfortunately, you'll have to end those days by yourself.
Well, I think you said you might be back on time on Monday. That would be the last day.
Yeah, I mean, I have to go in at like 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Which if that's just going to be an 8-hour day, yeah, maybe done 4 o'clock, 4 p.m.
Maybe I'll cancel D&D that day for myself just to, make it the last hurrah, the last push. I think there's also some strengths and some confidence that can come from challenging yourself to do something. You know, I don't know what level of challenge you could really call it. But it's not like I'm doing anything crazy or new. It's just a test of endurance and self being capable of not going insane, I guess, from doing the same thing over and over again.
But isn't that the definition of insanity? Is doing the same thing
Yeah,
over and over again?
I've definitely thought that in my solitude of doing this stupid ass thing, I've always consistently been like, I'm literally doing the definition of insanity. But the problem is with games like this is that you have to do that to get anything. You have to expect things to go differently because that's the only thing that this game can do is make you do the same thing over and over again and expect something different.
I know there's plenty of other games I would like to play, but like in a multiplayer setting, that would take a break from this. But then I'd eventually, ultimately come back. Don't know how long I would want the break to be.
I know, we're playing Terraria.
Well, I want to play a fucking Hell World. That has Terraria stuff in it. That's close enough, right?
I don't know, man.
Like, I've been watching it so much Dead by Daylight content ever since the fucking FNAF chapter dropped at the beginning of the month. And it's just made me want to get back into the game and just play the game again, but I'm afraid I'm going to be absolute shit. Which, that being said, I couldn't play the game in a multiplayer capacity anyways.
Get to that
Because
point.
it's online PvP, and if I wanted to play the Survivor part of it, I'm just terrible as a Survivor in the first place, so...
I've gotten to the point where I kind of generally avoid games that do the whole every IP jump-in strategy. Like in Fortnite, now Magic the Gathering doing it, and fucking Dead by Daylight's done it for a while.
Yeah, the licensed killers, they've always been trying to do it because it just kind of makes sense for that game genre, for a horror game.
Yeah.
Stuff. Although the next one they're talking about is literally a cash grab. Like, fucking Darth Vader? Why the fuck is Star Wars going to be That's literally a fucking cash grab.
That's the problem with that type of like model, is that eventually they will always end up pulling in something that does not make sense for what it's going for. And then once it happens once, and especially if it makes money, it's going to continue to erode at what the purpose of the game is. Because
Five Freddy's, while it is a huge major franchise where it does seemingly be a cash grab, it does make sense for that horror genre to be included in this.
It's a horror game, but Vader does not make any sense.
Yeah, Vader does make sense.
But like, it kind of felt alright with Magic the Gathering when, D&D, the actual other thing that WotC's known for, was introduced. It was like, okay, that makes sense, and the world seems similar.
WotC.
Sorry.
I like that acronym.
Yeah, Wizards of the Coast. Then the next thing I think they introduced was... I think it was a second set of Dungeons & Dragons. And then, I think, was it Warhammer that was the next one? I think it was Warhammer. Warhammer still feels... It's very much more sci-fi than fantasy, but it still works. But then once it started to actually be like big popular franchises, I was like, alright, this is starting to get annoying.
Yeah, I know Dead by Daylight, the reason I quit it in the first place, there was a couple of reasons. One, the game just stopped being fun because the devs of the game were like, if you don't like playing the game, go play a different game. And it's just like, That's a terrible thing to say to your
Yeah.
player base. Because people on both sides always complain that the other side is stronger. But the game, when I played it, when I quit, was very much survivor favored because every perk that they introduced in the game helped survivors, like, just straight up avoid the killer altogether. Like, there's not much counterplay for killers. Uh, but I'm a killer main, so I play single player against multiple people. And players just didn't know how to play very well, so everything was overpowered for players, and just like, even if you played bad, you were safe. And it was frustrating as fuck to play as a player. And then, not to mention, back when I was still playing, hackers were running rampant. Every other lobby, there was some guy as a survivor was queuing up as a killer in a survivor lobby as a survivor thing, and killing other players, and just preventing the main killer player from being able to play the game, which is annoying. Of course, also the random teleporting, instant flashlights for no reason, disabling hooks without actually doing anything, unable to carry people, just the button just disabled for some reason. It was all terrible. It was really, really, really bad at that time. But seemingly it's become less of an issue because most of the content I see doesn't have, like, hackers still are in the game, but it's much harder for them to do shit. They can't hold the game hostage for multiple hours at a time like they used to be able to, which is nice. It's nice to be able to quit out of a game without a penalty when there's a hacker in the game.
Magic's going through that phase now that they are very much starting to completely overshadow their own in-universe sets advertising with, like, for example, most recent situation being Final Fantasy being completely the most dominant advertising campaign I think they've ever done for a Magic set, and making the packs like 1.5, like 2 times more expensive. Like the price jump was insane for literally every product that was coming out for it. Meanwhile, that's almost near like a month before, probably even less than a month. No, it was about a month before it came out. An in-universe set was coming out, but they only advertised that shit for like 3 days. They're like, "Eh, this is coming out, but like Final Fantasy, like a month from now is what we're actually going to focus on." Dragonstorm did all right, but like, fuck, like they're also starting to power creep the hell out of the game. And I don't want to be stuck in a game where all the cards that I have currently doesn't matter. It's hard to get, because there's always the arguments of like, just play with the cards that you want to play with, and, like, or play with friends that you want. It's like, well, then I can't go to a card shop and just like start playing with people, because people generally will keep with the general power level that the developers want you to be around.
They're going to follow the meta, the most effective tactic.
Not necessarily the meta, but if the most recent pack prints a card that is just slightly the better reprint of a card, then why would you run the older card? Like the power creep is very subtle that's going on right now in Magic. Yeah, the top end cards are being ridiculous, but it's the fact that they're just basically full on replacing old cards with newer ones with slightly better stuff, and it's constantly happening. So eventually, every card in the game will be slightly power crept.
That's fair.
So there will be no point in owning cards from like before like 2018 at some point, and then that'll keep a year on end. Will continue to be like, well, you can't own a card that you own. You can't even put cards in that you had from 2 years ago. If they keep going at this rate, they're starting to get to the point where used to they would combine 2 cards basically into one, and that would be fine because the old cards were actually ass and unplayable. But now it's gotten to the point to where even those cards that were already combination of cards are starting to combine with other cards. So we're technically getting to the point where 3 and 4 cards are being smashed into one, which is not good. And eventually I think it's going to fold again, where basically we're going to have 8 cards in one and we're going to be playing fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! And no, God, please don't make me play Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, I know it's pretty bad because my younger brother is kind of seems like he switched to playing Yu-Gi-Oh over fucking Magic, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. Where did it go wrong? Oh, I know exactly when it went wrong. Started fucking doing the Universes Beyond bullshit. It was actually, they went wrong when they started saying that the Universes Beyond, the thing they said that would never go into Standard, when they said that was going into Standard. And then doubled the amount of Universes Beyond per year that they're going to be printing.
Yeah, no, that's, we're never going to do this immediately, just the thing.
Yeah, it's so fucking frustrating. Because, like, now that they've made no way for you to be capable, because, like, there's a dude that's on YouTube that is a judge for Magic, on rulings and stuff, and he used to be really good into the game, but he started noticing areas where he did want to really participate with current MTG or WotC's ability to get their hands into everything, but slowly they have made it to where there is not a format in the game where you don't have to continuously buy product for it, because even the oldest formats keep getting warped because new cards keep getting more broken and keep adding into them. Middle of the road, like Modern, they keep printing sets that are supposed to be direct injections into those and changing the meta for them every time, so you have to buy those if you want to keep up. And now Commander is their new thing that they're completely overhauling, basically taking over, so now you have to keep buying product for that to keep up with that too. So there's nothing that stands still anymore for you to be able to enjoy. So I don't know. I thought maybe after this month I might go back to going to the card shop more often, but I'm not even sure I'll do that. It's sad. Every hobby sucks now. But that's why I play PSO, because it never changed. Oh, SJS never dropped, so so nothing ever changes. I just hate how easy Pokemon could have it, and how easy they could make their games just functional and just decent, and they don't. And it fucking makes me so horribly mad. A biggest media franchise company in the goddamn world makes what looks like barely passable indie game development games, and can't get it done because they have producer time frames. Worst game company. Cannot believe it.
Bro, it's all for that profit, and as long as I can get away with fucking third world looking products and people still buy it, they're going to be making money.
That's just my frustration is that I know for a fact that if the game if they put more effort into the game, it would be the same, if not better, profits, and especially for down the road. But you know, they only think about
that's you said it yourself just right there. The same.
Yeah, but
if they make the same profits, then it's not worth putting the effort in.
Yeah.
And if they make better profits, I mean, that's great. But if they can still make huge profits without putting the effort in, they're going to.
Yeah.
That's just how companies work now.
The frustrating thing is that I feel like if they have another 2 generations of Pokemon that are absolute flops, like Scarlet and Violet are, I honestly don't even know anymore, because if the games come out 3 to 4 years apart, then that's a new generation of people to brainwash into thinking that it is acceptable to have a game that can't fucking run on the hardware that it comes out on. I don't understand the brain rot that people have saying that Scarlet and Violet aren't that bad, and this looks like the worst thing I've ever seen.
Oh, it played like absolute fucking trash.
Now, yeah, it's cool that the Switch 2 basically fixes almost all of it. But the game shouldn't.
Another console shouldn't have had to fix the problems.
Yeah, it's just I hope now that they have a strong enough console that the next generation might be interesting enough. The problem is that I know that it's not going to be. There's a potential chance that they just also find a way to not optimize the game in the next generation, and it runs like ass again. because
That's what I'm expecting. The end of the Switch 2's lifetime, they're going to be making games for whatever, the Switch 3 or whatever, and it's going to be the same shit all over again.
There's a chance though that they actually care about Gen 10 because of Generation 10, and they potentially put some more work into it. I'm pretty sure they've updated all, if not most, if not all of the models that apparently they needed to update for switching to the Switch. Even though I'm pretty sure they use the exact same models from the 3DS.
It feels like they just use 3DS models.
Yeah. So I don't know. But I know it's a money move to them now. Now they don't have to do as much work because they don't have to think about where every Pokemon is coming from, and they also can fool people into thinking that you can't get everything in one place. It's like we used to on the fucking DS when they were way less stored.
They don't even have all the Pokemon on the Switch games. Like most of the fucking Pokemon are locked behind their exclusive generations.
I think by the end of Scarlet and Violet, there is almost, if not all, of the Pokemon have been seen on the Switch.
I don't know. There's a lot of Pokemon that I quit playing after Gen 4. Well, actually, no, I did play fucking Gen 5 a little bit.
Gen 7 is the last one to have every Pokemon in one game. Gen 8 is when they switched over to Switch and fucked it up.
Yep. There's a lot of Pokemon I've never seen, and I just assumed they were all Gen 8 with Sword and Shield. And I kept getting told, no, that came in Black and White. I'm like, I didn't play that game. No, it came in this game.
Yeah. But I will always, every once in a while, rant about how Pokemon could be the greatest thing ever, and it doesn't take that much effort, honestly. You could have the most ass story, just have the gameplay be there.
Most of the story's already ass as fuck.
Yeah, I know it's already ass, but like apparently for a lot of people who played Scarlet and Violet, they actually enjoyed the story, and I'm like, I don't see it. I don't know how you can enjoy it while everything else everything around you is falling apart. It's just a text simulator. None of what you're reading matters for what's actually going on screen, because every combat's way too easy for it to hold any weight. Other thing is, I understand Pokemon is a child's game. People who say it's always been easy are wrong. Like, it hasn't been this easy. Gen 1 through...
I remember Red, Blue, Gold, Silver, and Ruby and Sapphire always being that easy, and then when I went back to play them as a more aged person, it's like, how the...
Okay, the remakes for Gen 1 are easy. Heart Gold and Soul Silver have the issue of the trainer, the gym battle balancing in the middle of the game is non-existent, and when you go to Kanto, you are way too over leveled. And then Gen 3 is decently balanced. Gen 4 is also alright, and Gen 5 is of the vanilla... Well, it's weird. Between Gen 5 and 7 have the most difficult of the playthroughs, but Gen 7 has the issue of you actually have to go through a Bible's amount of text to get to the end of it. It is insane. Like, I think Gen 5 overall is the best. Gen 5, or specifically Black and White 2, is the best package for Pokemon ever, like, made right now. Because it's not locked, like, I'll concede. Black and White only has Pokemon from Generation 5 because they made an entire deck to be able to fill that many Pokemon, but some people don't enjoy Gen 5's Pokedex. I do. But Black and White 2 brings back, older Pokemon that you would be used to seeing in places like that, and generally leaves in the best ones from Gen 5. And the story's alright, but the actual campaign of the game, especially if you're trying to Nuzlocke it, is one of the hardest Nuzlocks to do. But I really wanted to do a Nuzlocke of Gen 7, but it's not worth it because the story will make you sit there and cry. Why did I decide to walk up to Lily to talk to her, to go and walk to the other side of the street to talk to Lily, so that Professor Kukui could take my hand and talk to me for another fucking 5 minutes? I'd do one fight with something, and then guess what? Lily's back in charge, talking to you again. Oh my god, I can't stand it. It's
Sun
so.
and Moon. I definitely when I played Sun, I definitely only got to like the second island.
Dude, I actually think that Gen 7 could be the best generation if you cut the story down to what it was like the necessary story. The actual progression and gameplay of it, with the difficulty and having the variety of Pokemon and the end game and all of that, it has the biggest amount of content in a Pokemon game possible up to that point, and even currently today, because they decided to take away, all the Pokemon being in the game. I think it has the most Pokemon any game has ever seen, just in general, because that was all the Pokemon up to that point, and they haven't returned to it. So, I think Gen 7 has the greatest potential, if modded to have less story and less text, to be just the best game, and I would love to play it. But fuck. Oh my god. It's too much text. And unfortunately, it was the first game. I was like, you know what? Instead of skipping all the text boxes like I usually do, I'm going to try and read this one. Biggest mistake.
Your first
biggest mistake of my life. I'm going to try and slow down and enjoy this one rather than try and take the starter and run to the end of the game. Because I did that with Black and White and Black and White 2. I took the Samurott and just ran straight to the end of it in one night. And I was like, alright, we're in post-game. Let's start doing some post-game shit. I know, I've learned to enjoy Pokemon, but Pokemon has learned to not enjoy me.
Speaking of like Pokemon stories, I did enjoy the premise of Sword and Shield. You're just a kid going to school, and you're doing school things, and the entire school is training you how to be a better Pokemon player, or master, I guess. It was neat because they actually had like adult supervision when you were running around fields, and the ability to fast travel very quickly because of this. These adults taking care of you and babysitting you the whole time. And then you become a hero because the evil corporate evil guy, the BBG, decides he wants to destroy the planet 10,000 years earlier because it's going to inevitably happen, so let's just have it happen now.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't know.
At that point, the story was just like, okay, so they just needed some kind of conflict, otherwise this game is just going to be, the story is your kid just becomes the champion because he was a good student.
I guess the other argument against Sun and Moon is that the routes are very linear and don't have very much exploration. That would be the other thing if it was possible to fix, but seeing as we're working with islands here, it's very difficult to fix that part. But the one thing, it's hard to... The thing I enjoy about Sword and Shield, the one thing, not very many things I enjoy about Sword and Shield, is a problem at the same time with the game, is that there's kind of non-existent story, and what you do get of it is stupid. But at the same time, I do like the moments where, like, the professor and the champion are like, you're a kid, go ahead and keep going on with the championship league, we'll deal with whatever fucking blew up across the town. I was like, you know what, that does make sense. But at the same time, where's the gameplay? They actually treated you like a kid, and it made sense to do so.
And then you go deal with the explosion that happened in the future anyways, because they needed plot.
Because for some reason...
The adults couldn't do it, so therefore the children have to be the heroes.
Yeah. Because for some reason the champion, who was still stronger than you at that point, couldn't take care of the BBG. Well, it also might matter because you're the one that's holding either the sword or the shield relic, so you were the only one that really could, work with the box legendaries to defeat Eternatus. But not an excuse.
You were the chosen one.
Yeah, basically. Well, he held that you would be.
They chose you. You have to defeat it.
But yeah, Gen 9 it marks the only generation I have not played. Well, I guess I haven't technically played Generation 1 or 2 because I haven't played the original games. I played their remakes in Gen 3 and 4, but I have played their, through their region. But I don't find it worth trying to play through the original games because they're full of bugs and their shit is whack. I can see the charm in maybe gold and silver, but the original game is... Whew, it is not Pokemon like we know it today.
Believe that. Not only just about the glitches and shit, just the stat lines.
Yeah.
Oh, I got another level.
Hey, and also the fact that speed determines your crits. There's no Chinese. I guess that's not necessarily something to put against it.
Special enemy speed determines crits. Special stat isn't split between attack and defense. It's just one special.
Well, that was up until Gen 3, so that's a problem. But actually, Gen 3 still has made this special split, but they didn't change that. The attacks themselves having their own, can be physical or special wasn't changed till Gen 4. I don't know why they didn't do that for fucking ever. Then you got always the chance to miss in Gen 1. Dumb as hell.
That feels like just a programming error.
It is. It's still dumb. There's so many other small things that you can just accidentally run into on accident. On accident. Certain moves aren't programmed to even work correctly or even do anything at all. They say they do something and it doesn't do it at all. I appreciate Gen 1's ability to have somehow made it a fucking mega IP, but oof, I don't know how it got off the ground. I think this show probably did a lot of the lifting.
What was the stupid glitch with like the special balls? Was it Gen 2 or Gen 3? But there's a ball that doesn't work, the dust ball that's supposed to increase the chance of catching Pokemon at night, but instead of it going based on time of day, it's based on whether or not a Pokemon can evolve via some kind of other Pokeball.
Oh. Yeah, that might have been Gen 2, probably, because I don't think that, well, I don't, Day and Night was introduced, well, it had to be Gen 2, because that's when Umbreon and Espeon were introduced, and that's how they evolved. It's just, I don't know how time worked in Gen 2. I know that Gen 3 has it to where you set your clock, and that's based on that, but your clock can be completely fucking broken because, if your battery runs out. I don't know. I don't remember how Gen 2 did it. But at the same time, it's easy to look at it the same way. I guess the best equivalent we have is, I guess you haven't played Minecraft nearly as much as a lot of people have, but original Minecraft, it's hard to imagine going back to it, but at the same time, you're like, man, things were better when there was nothing to choose from. All I had was, they added the ability to turn steps upside down. That shit was the most insane decorative ability that the game had ever seen at that time.
Turning steps upside down.
Oh yeah, dude, anyone who was around when Minecraft was going through that phase, you were like, holy shit, I can have freaking, what is that shit called in your house? Molding, I guess? I can't remember what you'd have in the top, like the corners of the top between the ceiling and the wall, that shit. Oh my god, I can have something like that? That's crazy. Or you can, make a lip on your roof and all that stuff, or just, you can make fountains and chairs and all this other stuff with the upside down staircase. Now you have a gradient of 100 different colors you can go through from any given block that have 20 different options of what you can do with them, and every variation. And it's like, man, there's too much decision paralysis in current Minecraft.
And yet my niece, who plays Minecraft, is like, I want this mod because they won't give me the ability to make cabinets.
Yeah. Or well, you have barrels. Barrels are cabinets now. Tell her about barrels next time. But you can... Goodness. Just even digging underground. It was just literally stone and the ore that you could find underground with dirt and gravel. Now there's diorite, andesite, and granite that will break that stuff up. Now you have the another portion that goes down, which I do like the fact they made the underground deeper. And they have deep slate and tough that you have to deal with now. And there's just so much palette variety that you can go into when building a house. It's too much. And the end-all be-all was like, ooh, I got netherrack. Let me set something on fire permanently and put it on top of my house so I have a beacon. Which now you have beacons in the game. They give you buffs.
Yeah, I don't think I'm Minecraft anymore. The last thing I ever watched in Minecraft recently was a speedrun between, what was it? Every minute the person running the speedrun changes. And it took them like almost 2 hours to beat because someone kept spawning in and then just running into a bunch of monsters, not realizing they had no food, and then ran out of health instantly. And so they died like 6 or 7 times, and every time they died, they were like, okay, we gotta build 2 base, go find another way to another, and then go into this area. And then, like, they kept going back into the same bastion, the same fortress that was already fully looted. And they're like, ah, fuck.
Yeah, every minute's a bit too often. I didn't finish it. I didn't get to the end of it. I fell asleep because that was the point. It was a Terraria run where every hour they would swap to another person, and they were encouraged to create some sort of trap or something that would hinder the next person's start or however it was.
They're genuinely trying to fuck each other up instead of the one I watched where people are like, we don't have any food, fuck it, it's the next person's problem. Always fuck it, it's the next person's problem.
Yeah.
We don't have any food, fuck it, it's the next person's problem. The person digs up 1 block, lava falls on them, instantly dies and burns everything they have.
The other thing was they were also tethered together by a weird rope, so they couldn't go too far from each other. But there was some weird tech that they were working on. But the first team fucked with the second team, because it was two people, then 2 people, then 2 people. They somehow made it to where they were completely maxed out the tether, put blocks between them that could not be broken by with the equipment they currently had, and then like made like a weird puzzle, an escape room puzzle for them to have to get out.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's commitment.
It was short. It only took them like 30 seconds to figure out the puzzle, but like yeah, and then they had to move on to actually figuring out what progress they needed to make. But an hour is a lot more time to figure that stuff out. The thing is about Terraria.
Yeah, but like, how long is an average Minecraft speedrun?
Yeah, I was gonna say they weren't speedrunners versus the Minecraft people. I think that run would be more interesting. I don't know. It would be. I do want to need to see that video because that's fucking weird having a bunch of speedrunners trying to finish the game as fast as possible, but that they keep getting their freaking knees taken out from under them. But I think probably a casual run, maybe every 10 minutes to 30 minutes, swapping between people could be interesting as well. But Terraria without context and speedrunning would be a fucking nightmare, if not worse than the Minecraft's. Because Minecraft doesn't need anywhere near as many checkpoints to the next point of route progression as Terraria does. There's no unlocking in Minecraft. You just go to the Nether, get pearls and rods, and then get beds. That's the only 3 things you need to finish fucking Minecraft. And food, I guess, if you want to survive. But Terraria, there's certain things you have to beat and kill to get to the next thing. So you have to kill Wall of Flesh. Wait. I think you have to kill Skeletron for the summon for Wall of Flesh to start spawning. Then Wall of Flesh gets you to hard mode. Then you have the 3 mech bosses that gets Plantera to spawn, bulbs to spawn. Then Plantera gives you the key to get into the temple. The temple gives you, once you kill that, the cultist starts to spawn. The cultist basically starts the lunar event, which gets you to the final boss. That is the minimum things you need to do, unless you want to. You can warp inside of the fucking temple from the beginning of hard mode, but holy shit, you would be skipping a lot of equipment that may be required to be able to beat some of the late bosses.
Yeah. Oh, hey Skyam. Thanks. I don't even know what my hair looks like right now. I kind of pushed my bangs back and put my headphones on because I got sick of putting my hat on.
I'll let this guy in.
I need to go get a haircut.
Yeah, I've been thinking I need one too.
My bangs are below my chin right now. I definitely need a haircut. I don't want to have to be putting on a hairnet at my next job and just be like tying it back with another hairnet just so it doesn't go in my face. I damaged myself like fucking 6 times. Like I should have died so sooner. Yeah, the frozen shooter just definitely damage cancels itself because the damage will hit and then it'll chip back because the freeze comes after the hit. Yeah, this is my normal hairstyle when I have my hat off. Bangs painful left. My brother, growing up in high school, when the last time my hair was this long in 7th grade, asked if I was trying to imitate Justin Bieber. I was like, no.
Don't you dare.
What the fuck is that?
Don't you dare.
It's like, I'm not doing this because Justin Bieber does. I do it because my hair is my face and it naturally fucking turns that way. I can't do this because it's gonna come swinging back. Like, fuck. Judge me like that.
I don't think you were a Tony Hawk fan, were you?
I wasn't into skateboarding, no, but I knew who Tony Hawk was and I liked his games.
Yeah, just I meant the games.
I never actually owned any of the games. I just played them a lot at other people's houses because they owned them.
I miss that series. And it won't be the same with, like, of course they're doing remakes of they already did 1 and 2, and then I think the 3 and 4 came out recently, but like it's not the same as a new one with its own fucking personality.
Yeah, but honestly, at this point, who needs their own personality? Just go back to the old games that were good.
Yeah, but there's something like, I don't know. Tony Hawk was one of the weird series where you couldn't go back because like there was always something they added to the game that actually made it better. Up until like I want to say, Tony Hawk's American Wasteland was probably like the last iteration of the game that felt like it wasn't a huge jump anymore because you know the game's formula can only go so far before it becomes like too much. But I really enjoyed that one. I prefer Tony Hawk's Underground 2 is my favorite, and those came out around a similar time. But nothing's been the same since.
How am I doing? Sam, I'm doing all right. Do not up to date in my current life. I quit my previous job. My new job starts next week, and yeah, my new job. I'm going to be working Monday through Friday rather than Wednesday through Saturday. So I'm hoping that with a five days a week and a slightly less tedious schedule, I'll be able to like return to streams before work and to maybe do something after work as well. Either that or just come home from work, go to sleep instantly, and just have a very long stream from the morning to afternoon.
Are you still trying to move your sleep window back a bit so you can make that onboarding without being dead?
Oh yeah, I was trying to. I slept from 1 a.m. yesterday till 2 p.m.
How the fuck do you do
I got up
that?
and messaged you as soon as I saw that.
How the fuck do you sleep for 13 hours?
Yeah, I don't know. The bed that I sleep on, the big one that my parents gave me, just... That's why I need the little more tough bed, because I can get a comfortable rest, and I don't, like, sink into it and oversleep. That's what I like about this one here, but I have to wash the sheets on it. So that's good.
Yeah, hit that guy. I did.
Yeah, that's kind of why my mom has this double bed, which is a little bit more firm, but I just want my goddamn twin. The twin I slept on at my brother's house for, like, the last... for the 4 years I lived with them. That bed was great. I slept very comfortable on it, and it was a very nice firm bed, but it's what I slept on for many, many years, so it was used to my body.
Wow, that took a lot to get one of them.
Unfortunately. Have nice coworkers there? I hope so. Yeah, the nature of my next job is going to be working in a refrigerated environment, so I will be actually cooled down, unlike my previous job where we went into a room that the air conditioner didn't work, and so it was close to the temperature of a human body. You know, only 37 degrees Celsius, only 10 degrees warmer in Celsius than it needed to be for anyone to have a stable working condition.
All right,
Especially when you're locked in there for about 8 to 9 hours a day.
last run.
Last run, love.
Bless this one.
Need Starve to come back and say last run luck, and then we'll get it for sure.
I did get someone, a couple people saluted the picture I sent of the Ziller 20. I said never forget.
Zance. I know Zance and I know Jim and I. No one else. And I haven't actually been on Star's Discord in a while. I'm still a vacuum cleaner. God, that joke's never gonna die. Or at least in his Discord. His channel died a while ago.
I wasn't looking. I don't know if I got any hits. Got anything on him?
You did not. Okay. You had him down to about half health when I looked at his health.
Is Star even in this Discord anymore?
I think he just disconnected from.
I know. Can you leave? Can you leave a Discord channel you made? Do you have to, like, I guess, move the ownership?
You have to give someone else the. Hey, it says I just saw your name in the Discord. How's it doing? Yeah, I'm helping Rorgagar hunt his SJS right now. We're on our last run for the day, so last run luck. I hope. All right, moment of truth. Let's go.
All right, 5 left.
I've said BRB like 1.5 hours.
I knew it.
He never came back.
I predicted it as a George. I'm gonna take a shower.
Doing well.
Quit lying to me. Just say you're gonna go permanently. Just say bye.
What the hell is this, JS? Hopefully we have an answer here for you.
Come on. Yeah.
You tried.
I got down to 1.2 mil, so it's possible I'll level up before the end of the month.
Yeah, nice. They went from like 310,000 to 280,000 after my previous level up.